Hello there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to another stream where we are working on the Handyman with a Unicycle, my game that I'm making that is coming along well, but still has so much to go. But it is getting cooler by the day, I guess. So first off, between streams, more just earlier today and into the future, working on a thing here that is for a while what am I trying to say? Hold on. Let me start again. In my game, you repair circus rides. And for the last while, we've had placeholders for, a lot of things, but the actual rides have just been giant cylinders since this game began. So, to better communicate the idea of what they're meant to be, I thought I'd like to, at some point, even if I'm not making full, nice, amazing models for these rides, just making a better placeholder that just communicates the idea of, like, it's a ride. And then, yeah, and then I guess it'll need a couple states of that. If you're repairing rides, it's gonna need, like, a fixed state, and, like, it's breaking, and then being, like, very, very, very broken, and stuff like that. So that is still far off, but made this earlier today. It doesn't look amazing, but it's progress. And, like, I haven't spent that long on this just yet. So yeah, also I should have like this. No, this one. Anyways, yeah. So that's the thing. I don't think I'm gonna replace that here right now, but I'd like it to look a little bit better. But yeah, it does technically. It is technically animated. It spins, and that's cool and all. And they don't intersect at the moment. Yeah, so this is cool. So, like, in terms of circus rides, I ideally would like to, for my game, make a lot of little different circus rides of the main thing that you're repairing. How many, actually, hold on with that. The first real level that we're making, how many did I, plan that was gonna have? Was it, like, around 8 or something? It's gonna be all of the blue lines. This is the frameworks of my first real level when we get to that. I go to what? Objective path, circus rides. 12? It was 12? I mean, okay, that's what I said. That's what I designed, and that's what I'll try to stick to. What? So like it's wait, hold on, let me use this. There we go. All of the blue ones, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, fair enough, fair enough. So if I want to stick to this, then 12 is what I want to make. Cool. Which means for this level, and more, yeah. I mean, I'll have a lot to, like, go off of. You look at any, like, fair, circus, amusement park kind of thing, the kind of rides that they have. Yeah, I have a lot to pull up. I just wanted to start with this first placeholder one. It's very classic, what I know of as an egg scrambler kind of a ride. I'm sure a lot of this stuff can have lots of different names, but that's what I'm going with. But yeah, basically thing that spins, that inner thing that also spins and whatnot. I gotta figure out, like, the situation of, so to match these not over here. Let me go back to the other scene over here. A lot of my imagined placeholder for rides is just, here's a giant cylinder, you get up close to it, and then, if you're in range of it at all, then you can fix it, and you just kind of turn at it. In a more polished version of this, I don't know if I'm going to have to care about, like, making, the entrance and exit kind of thing, and whether you would go, like, in where the ride is, like, if, go back to here. If I, kind of invisible wall, or put a big fence around all of this, or whether you can actually, like, go in and, like, up to here or something. I don't know, some control panel thing that you're interacting with. I don't know what that's going to look like. And it can be different depending on the ride, right? Like, I could have some that's this big cylindrical thing that you just have to be kind of anywhere in the ballpark of it, and then you can interact with it and repair it. And some could be you have to go up to this specific thing and fix that. I don't know. Not everything also has to be, like, right now, all of these ride placeholders are just a bunch of cylindrical rides. And I imagine that's going to be the most common thing, but there can be some that break that. They're more long, rectangular structures, or, just like a giant, Ferris wheel could be a thing. The idea of having, like, some rides that, like, hold on, I want to build something quickly just to communicate an idea. If I have, like, let's pull these up here. Pretend this is a chunk of level, and we have this one. If you had a ride that was like, you know, something like that, and pretend this is, you know, a pit that goes somewhere, that like, you can't interact with it on all sides, but you can, there's all this level going around, you can interact it from this side, or if you happen to be over here, you can interact it from there. But you can't easily cross from here to here. From here to there, you have to go around a bunch of stuff. But hypothetically, you know, there's one ride that can be interacted with from 2 sides. Like, that could be a thing, hypothetically. Yeah, hoping to get creative with it. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. That something's going to very much, like, vary on a level-by-level basis and whatnot. But, also, hello, Vanberg. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. We are just getting started here. I am just rambling about stuff with my game, the rides that will eventually exist. I'm working on this placeholder for a ride. I just started making it today. It does not have that much work put into it. But, yeah, it does spin, and that's the whole thing. But that's something I'm going to be continuing to work on my own. I don't want to replace it for these guys as a placeholder just yet, but we'll get there. For now, for this stream, I want to get back to focusing on more programming stuff, but yeah. Made some progress on the decompiler. Well, technically, I made regress to make future progress. I get that. I very much get that. I mean, you know, my player, we rebuilt him from the ground up to be better, faster, stronger, more fun. And now, what we've been doing the last many streams is just getting old stuff functional with the new player, and it's been a big mess, but we're getting there. Last stream, we got this thing to work. When we go, this is our like level end platform, and when the camera whips around for this, it was very broken, and both the player and the camera, and now it's better. Although if I hit continue, still got wonky camera stuff, and the player is flying away, and then I'll eventually get control, and wow, there I am, I can move. So that actually there is, I think, what's going to be kind of on our agenda for today. Well, actually, first, these cannons broken in the same way, fixing the cannons first, because this launching off uses the same kind of cannon code, so fixing the cannon's isolation, then copying that code into fixing this. That's my idea, or how I would like to do this. I still have a backup of the version that had the most progress. I've been backing up my project, so if I break things too horrendously, I hypothetically have that stuff. I did last stream where we were working on this. I had to be like, oh, there's this code that should be working, and like, it's, I think I replaced something wrong, and I went and looked at how the code was before to see what it was for what I had to replace to have it be replaced properly. Anyway, yeah. Hold on, now I'm just experimenting more with new data structures and whatnot. Fun. Hopefully get past some of the, hopefully get past some of the technical issues that may hold me back in the future. Ooh. Interesting, it makes sense. To also, like, say parallels of how that kind of relates to my game. Currently, a lot of me making this stuff functional, I'm making a lot of utility, like, helpful functions that's gonna, you know, more work right now to get this stuff functional, but will be significantly less work later on. Like how we've made the... There's been other objects outside of the player that need to disable the player to do different things, and a lot of copied code doing a bunch of stuff in a bunch of places. Now, if there's just a handy enable player, disable player, or player function, it's like override stuff as well. It just makes it so much easier, hypothetically, for things outside the player to deal with the player. So, that's good, and we're continuing to do more stuff with this. And then the camera, also, we're going to kind of have some of that. Anyways, hold on. To hopefully get past some of the technical issues that will hold back in the future. Yeah, sometimes it's just too hard-coded. Also, I get that. For a lot of, like, temporary, like, placeholder things, just to get the idea working. Yeah, sometimes the hard-code things, and to then, you know, undo it later. I still have things that I have to undo later, and later has not happened yet, but we'll get there. I kept the, old version just in case my new experiment fails miserably. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. So the idea is it first creates an intermediate representation of the binary as individual objects. Oh, interesting. And then make different optimization passes to convert it to an AST. Should I know what AST is? I want to say it sounds vaguely familiar. Something search tree? I know what a binary search tree is. With some kind of, abstract syntax tree. There, I was close. Actually, I think I do know what that is. We do it with, like, grammar and stuff, right? Not the English word grammar, but, like, when you're talking about math and computer science stuff, grammar in that sense. That overlap with that to some degree. Hold on, what is it? Or at least an attempt to do so. I understand a little more of the graph theory now, but there's still a few concepts that haven't fully eclipsed, which prevent me from making the algorithm. Well, best luck learning all that, yeah. Yeah, I like language grammar represented as a tree of nodes. Yeah, if how is how I'd explain it. Yeah. I've done some of that in school of having, of that, like, defining, a tree of essentially the syntax of code, but in a very, like, simplified sense, of course, but complicated, messy, and just. I remember doing lots of, like, multiple choice things of deciphering certain things and, like, oh, what would this do, how it split apart, make the graph, the grammar thing of what would make up this thing, blah, blah, blah. Complicated. I just, made the... I just made the basic nodes, like assignments, comparisons, still missing many nodes. Yeah, you gotta start somewhere. Yeah, cool. Neato. Alright, so, getting started here today with what I want to do. I'm gonna close this, we don't need that open for now. Cannons. Cannons are what we're gonna start with. And even more than that, I mean, technically this level right now has 3 cannon-like things in it. Yeah, we got this one. It's a giant spring, but it copies the cannon code. When we press continue, it launches us back to the hub world. And this does extra stuff that puts us back in the kind of hub world state and activates things in the hub world to go and, like, unloads stuff in the level, like stopping all the, like, timers of anything that's going down in the level. This cannon sends us into the level. Woo, and down we go. Bam. That exists. Like, that also has extra code going on to, like, initiate level things, so it's more complicated. Over here, we got another cannon. This is a more basic cannon. It's just in a level. It's just as the launching parts, and that's it. It is also capable of launching. Actually, all the cannons are. Well, not the spring one, but cannons in general. There's code involved that they can launch something that's not the player. So, well, they have to be set. I forget actually how I detect that. There's something somewhere that, like, sets an object that it's allowed to, like, be in a cannon or whatever. But it's most, like, you know, in theory, physicsy based objects or whatever, but, which, like, I don't know exactly, I don't have current plans of where I might use this kind of a thing. I don't think you'll be pushing a block into a cannon, this is just right now for my own testing sake, but, like, regularly, I don't know, dropping some kind of hazard and having it shoot out of the cannon and you're flying through the air and not get hit by it or something. I don't know, it's a hypothetical thing, I'm not 100% sure, but, regardless, this is just, you know, a testing thing. An object can go in a cannon and get launched out of it is what I was trying to say. And, I mean, that code's working perfectly, so other than just clean up, we don't need to touch that, in theory. There's some copied code on what launches, you know, individual objects and what launches, you know, out of the cannon, but, yeah. My point was, I want to start with this cannon in terms of getting this working with launching the player correctly, because then this is the most simplest cannon compared to the cannons over there that have extra steps going on. Okay. But, too little said and too many words. Anyways, so this also has 2 parts, kind of. The player and the camera. The player is technically sort of working. Actually, if I move this out of the way, I know it's not completely working. There's still cleanup needs to happen. I've known that there's been a problem for a bit, is that when we land, we're, like, you know, leaning the wrong way until we actually start moving. I know why that's happening conceptually, but, you know, we'll get there. This arc that's coming out of the cannon is also a thing that I don't know if will actually be a thing in the real game. It's just very helpful for me to see the arc of the cannon as developer man of trying to make sure that the cannon going where it's meant to. It is kind of like, you know, coming out the, you know, the bottom of the cannon. It used to be up higher because just how... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, no, I take that back. No, that is, actually, no, I think that is how it was. But, like, how the player gets launched is a little bit funkier now in that before the player came out head first, so the wheels at the base of the cannon, and that worked for how some of the cannon code was before. Now, though, because I think it'll work better animation-wise, we have the wheel facing at the top to match the way that the midair code is, and the base of the wheel is the base of the player. So the cannon arc actually needs to start here rather than at the base of the cannon, which it's like I don't think it'll be that hard to get that to happen, but it is a minor thing that is a thing to consider. Oh yeah, see like that, yeah, right when the launch happens, there's like that frame of going back and then coming out, whee, and then launching through the air. See, I love that this is a thing, that the way they're launching through the air is. It'll be so nice when it's graphically a lot better. Oh, let me catch up on messages real quick. I have experimented with node. Just experiment with the node. I'm just implementing the nodes as I go and as I need them. I have the condition as a node, and then I have the ands and ors as separate nodes, and I didn't want it to get too deep. I like to try it myself first before I find the comments effective solution, because I have this idea that I don't learn enough if I just look for the answer every time without trying first. For example, in school, I haven't learned anything. Yeah, I get that. I to some degree with my this Rubik's Cube thing over here, I did make it initially without Googling stuff. What? The actual Rubik's Cube part of it, I had an idea of the starting point of how I wanted to conceptually do it that made it seem not that bad, and then went off of that, had some difficulties along the way, and one by one sorted them out. With the chat integration part of it, because I was all networking and whatnot, I did just Google that and find some code, and it worked very nicely. But with this, I more wanted to, try the challenge of doing the Rubik's Cube part myself, which I did. And at some point might eventually try to do an auto solver thing, and that could be neat, cool, and very complicated, but we'll get there. And then that's the main difference between schoolwork and my programming project, where I want to try myself first. If it works, well, great, no need to research. If I get stuck, then I'll need to study. While in school, I only want to find the answers as quick as possible, no matter how, so I can get it over with. Yeah, I feel that as well. All right. Anyways, so, oh wait, that's funny. The end point of the cannon happened to be slightly off the ground, so we reach the end and then drop out of it. That's a thing that I have to somewhat consider with these cannons. We have a very physics-based game now, and whether I want you to be able to, like, go flying out of a cannon with some high amount of speed, like land, and I mean, you can be holding up that you'll immediately start moving, but if you land with a lot of speed, if I want you to start moving forward with all of that speed, or being able to, like, you launch out of a cannon and the end point of the cannon is just in midair, and then you just get normal, like, midair control, like, that's stuff that could happen. We've also, talked about the idea of having, like, first-person kind of cannon aiming, like Mario 64, where you aim and then shoot and then you're just going. These cannon, and that might be something we do at some point. Currently, these cannons, as they currently are more meant to be like mini cutscene level transition type cannons. So I think having to be very, hard coded, you go along the arc, don't have anything break horrendously, or that would be very, very bad, and then land, and then you go. I think works better for my use case of these particular cannons, but at some point we might make some other cannons that behave differently. But I think, this cannon, saying all that out loud, I'm fine with it just being no physics, you go through the air and then drop and then re-enable normal player stuff, and assuming that it goes from ground to ground. If I want a more mid-air stopping version of it, then we'll get to that when we get to it. Our first real level doesn't have... The cannon that goes from the hub world into the level, that exists. The thing that launches you out exists. And then there's going to be one shortcut cannon that... the entire level is a giant submarine. There's going to be a shortcut cannon that launches you from one side to the other. So technically there's two, because it goes both ways. But, that's my plans for that. So, yeah. So this should work well enough for that. It's more of a transition thing than a, launching with speed and physics. But that could also be a separate thing we make at one point, but I'm not too worried about that right now. Okay, so in terms of... actually, hold on. Before I go too far with this, let me just save myself some time and just move the player spawn over here. Yeah. I don't remember... Do I have a reason why that, like, endpoint is slightly off the ground? I mean, if it's not, and you put something super big in the cannon, then it could go through the floor, hypothetically. This cannon is set up that it has this... Oh, why are you... Oh, is this the temporary X thing? Yeah. That's a... Why are you so massive? Are you always that massive? Maybe. It was a placeholder thing, just another thing that visualized where a cannon went, but... Anyway. Just putting that into the ground. I just want to see it. This thing doesn't break. It did go slightly into the ground there. Interesting. Let's compromise at 0.25. Because the center of that cube, you know, dictating where that's going to go, and then, you know, the player, the center is the wheel part. Yeah. Anyway, that's fine. So things to fix. Thing one, having where, like, the arc of the cannon needs to start... It needs to recalculate itself in a way that, like, starts once the cannon is lined up. When it's lined up, it needs to sort of start here so that the player doesn't, like, as we saw before, they, like, go back and then out, and that's messy. That's not good. When the player stops and, like, gets where they need to be, it needs to... I know why they, like, the player comes into the cannon, like, sideways until they move, but I don't know how to fix it just yet, but hopefully we can figure that out. Yeah, it's because the code that does the aligning is like, oh hey, if we're not moving at all, I don't need to do the realigning code all the time, so don't do that. Especially because it normally aligns based on our velocity or like player input, and right now none of those things are happening. So I just need to like call that code once when we get out of a cannon, and yeah, so like... But, like, how I'm going to do that in a way that's only going to run once and not cause, like, other issues, the whole thing. And then, so that's player stuff. Another player thing is, ideally, in a more polished world, rather than the player teleporting in the cannon, it being more smooth. Ideally, a fully smooth version of this is, like, the player, you know, the animation of them hopping in the cannon or whatever. But, like, that is more of a polished thing, but I could maybe start to try to do some of the framework for that. Or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Even just if they automatically... Would I have them path to one side of the cannon? So then it's a consistent, like... I don't know, they jump in from a particular side? Maybe. I mean, if it's circular, they jump in from any side, but then they'd have to, like, correct... I don't know, that's something I could figure out. Could even be the kind of... something I could fake where, like, the cannon... I don't know, you can't see inside the cannon... I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Earthling Goddess! Hello! Hi! Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm missing more messages. I will, yeah, catch up with that. But I do want to study computer science after this, because it's something I actually care about. I care about as well. And this thing that I did in school for many, many years. And, I mean, computer science is a massive field. And, of course, there's different, you know, different parts of computer science that I like more and less. So, it's a whole thing. But, yeah. Out of curiosity, in your AST, how much did you handle the conditions as nodes? Not sure what you mean by that. Sorry. Actually, wait. Actually, do I happen to have... I do have all my, wait, do I have... I have many of my previous year school stuff. I don't remember what was my latest class that I had to deal with that stuff. Just do a quick bit of poking around. No, it wouldn't be... Oh, wait, this might be a thing? Hold on. One moment. I'm launching a thing. I might have just immediately found the thing that I was wanting to find, like, first try. We'll see. Yeah, kind of. No, not... Okay, not really the same thing. Different thing. Was some part of some class I had to... This is not the same thing, but it's a tree. But it's not a grammar tree, so not that one. Is that in that same class I used stuff? Here's... Oh, here's a red-black tree that this was as part of some test or assignment. This was an assignment. I did. I had to make a red block tree that represented these numbers, and that meant stuff. So that exists. What again? Not what I was looking for, but they're trees. Oh, I failed my level. Here's a. Is that the same one? No. I'm opening things off to the side in case there's like, I don't know, anything here that shouldn't be shown. I'm out of school, so I don't know how much my student number matters. I probably should not disclose such things. Not gonna see my social insurance number in here though. Okay, I don't even remember what this is, but this is some other thing. Different assignments in the same class. This is some other thing that represented something. Cool, interesting. This is in year 3 in a class that had to do with that. Anyways, let me catch up on, and more messages. I like seeing different solutions to different problems. It helps improve my neural network in the neural network in my brain. Yeah, it is interesting. Sometimes I'll have like, when I program, I have a lot of common things that I do and just things that I prefer for certain ways to go about certain problems that I know is not what everyone would prefer to do. As a large example thing, in Unity, events are a thing where you can like, you could have a thing being like, I send off that this event happened, and a bunch of other things can be like, I'm listening for that event, and hey, I received that event, and now I'm gonna do stuff based on that. I don't tend to use event-based stuff in Unity basically ever. I maybe should a bit more, but usually I have different ways I happen to go about those problems. But that is just my own like personal preference thing of different, how I see certain pros and cons to doing such stuff in certain ways, and yeah. I mean, different solutions to different problems. Different solutions to the same problem. It's late at night, yeah. Oh, good. Example, how did you structure this statement in your AST? If something greater than something else and something greater than 100. Are you gonna keep it as whoops, or are you gonna change that entirely, or at the very least change it to whoops? Oh, the you got sued thing? I expect this to change heavily, probably. I don't even know if it's gonna still say that. This was just a, I don't know, when you fail the level, just having something there that was mildly funny when I made it. All of the UI stuff, it's cool that we have, like, this text stuff as we do. It's cool that it's just functional. This pop screen stuff, you know, it comes up, it has the cool text that is going up and down and changing colors. I don't know if this is going to be representative of the final UI. I think 2 things are going to govern that. One, when we just get to the point of, like, more things in the game being polished and then having extra polish involved in this stuff. That's not a thing. The 2 actual things. One, I want the circus in-game that is the setting of the game. I want it to have branding of some kind, like a logo and the name actually represented in places, and the color scheme of, like, yellow and red is the kind of circusy color scheme that I'm going with. It can be common for circuses to have the color scheme of red and white, but some circus stuff can be red and yellow. I'm going with, like, that as, like, the brand colors of this particular company of circus or whatever. So when I do more of that, it'd be cool if the UI reflected that branding somehow. So I don't know if that means necessarily that this UI will eventually look like that. It'll be yellow and red or whatever. And not everything needs to be specifically those 2 colors. I can have color variety, but in short, as I have more defining of the art style of the game and stuff, that could see itself reflected in the UI and whatnot. Thing number 2 is functionality. As I make the game more polished with different UI stuff, if I decide that things need to be in the pause screen that weren't previously, that could make things shuffle around and whatnot. Like right now, if you're in a level, I have this objective stuff on the side, and the strikes are there but faded. I guess that was a thing I did. When you're in the hub world, if I need, like, extra stuff to be on screen, that could shuffle things around. So I don't know yet. Oh, and then also even with the fail screen, there's other things I want to do. I need a more polished version of this for, like, if I decide I want it to be extra more polished in different fashions, or like having voice lines involved of like the CEO guy telling you that you're fired or whatever. I don't know if that'll be involved. Or cutting to some mini cutscene thing that's like him at a desk that's like, oh, you're fired. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you could go in many different directions. I don't know. We will see. That is stuff that, like, it looks good enough for now. And, yeah, things that we'll revisit. Mostly just as we get closer to being done our first real level. That's where I want to really cement, like, the polish. And ideally, you know, this first real level is, like, fully, like, you know, very, very good. Like, you have a good, proper sense of gameplay before I then move on to the next one. But we'll see how that goes in actuality. Spelling whoops without the H bothers me a little. Aren't both technically correct? Does it have to be whoops with an H? I mean, I can go correct it right now. Where is that text? That's gonna be over in the, it's buried under the player stuff. Canvas, fail screen is its own thing. Failed text. Whoops, you got sued. There you go. Wish granted. There's an H. The fail screen could be like a eviction notice paper being slid on the screen. Exactly. That would be much better actually. Indeed. So yeah, things like that we will see how that goes. Even like again having when we have like the branding of the carnival more established, having like the logo of it there in some fashion and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I don't want it to be too, like, on one hand, I want to be cool and flashy and, like, whatever. I don't want, if you're retrying a level over and over, you keep failing it, I don't want it to be, like, a super long, like, dragged-out sequence. It's like, yeah, watch a 2-minute cutscene every time you die. Obviously, that I wouldn't want that, but, you know, having that personality there would definitely be good. Yeah. Even, like, the buttons, like, right now it's just text that you click on. I don't know if eventually this becomes more like button-y looking buttons that are text. I don't know if it's gonna stay center. Maybe things will be moved off to the side. Right now they're all like jumbled. Maybe I'll decide it's better if they're all perfectly straight. Who knows? I don't. You know, we'll figure that out when we get there. Oh, a separate thing is that like the levels will all individually have names. Well, I eventually want that like whatever level you're in the pause screen somehow the name of the level is there. That happens in some games that have pretty cool pause screens. I can't actually kind of quickly bring up the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy has a cool looking pause screen. It has technically 3 different cool looking pause screens. If I just usually when you're looking up like screenshots of games, I don't think I'm gonna see much stuff that's like, oh, look at the yeah, well, yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, so like, you know, it does this. And when you pause the game, like, the game shrinks into the corner and the stuff, like, clunks in together. But it has 3, because Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is 3 games bundled together. For the first game, it looks like this, where it's wood. The second one, it looks like this, and it's all stone, and it's cool. And then the third one, it looks like this, where everything's all metal and futury, and it's cool and stuff. But then, see, like, this pause screen also fits what it needs for its own gameplay of having, you know, its percentage stuff and blah things that you have. And then, you know, what the actual options are. Right? Like, I have not thought at all about, like, I've thought about, but I have not implemented at all, actual settings and stuff. We have a thing that says options that currently does nothing but print the word options to the console. I imagine eventually, ideally, it has all the standard options like, oh, change the resolution, change the audio settings, remap buttons, like whatever, but that's, you know, nice stuff to have, but is definitely, you know, I have things that are much higher on my priority list. But yeah, I imagine it might come a point that once more of the gameplay is in there, then we reassess the menus and figure out what we want that to look like, and then actually physically making it. Designing in my head and actually making are 2 separate things, but you know, we'll get there. It technically doesn't mean good. I mean, you have, like, you know, I'm Canadian, in Canada, we spell things a bit differently up here. I don't know, is whoops correct? Hold on. Is whoops, like, versus whoops with an H? I mean, I don't know, is it, is whoops spelled, is that a correct definition in some place somewhere? Maybe. And then just oops on its own, of course. I don't know. Whatever. Have it with the H. That's fine. Maybe it could be like a whack-a-mole game to hit the buttons. Yeah, making it circus ride related. Yeah, sure. Or even like in the pause screen, just thought of that, like, so you're gonna have like your wrench or whatever to repair stuff, having like the cursor be a mini wrench, like that could be a thing. Or like, beside each thing is like a bolt, and when you click it, it like tightens it or something. I don't know, like stuff like that's possible. Maybe. Make the pause menu a game. It becomes a 2D platformer where you gotta jump up to the buttons. No. There's a point that is too far. But yeah, the ideas like that though, yeah, we'll see what we actually go with. That is not too far in the direction of insanity. Anyways though, before we do any of that, we got cannons to fix. So, both on the player side of things, and the camera is obviously all kinds of not good. Both how it snaps around when it first you go in the cannon, and I made it temporarily, and you can see it better on the hub world cannon. I might actually make that cannon down there, like, launch further, just so we have more airtime so you can see it better. But once we're in the air, I temporarily just make this use the mid-air camera, where it is just going behind the player. Although, I don't think I want it to have this. I don't have an old build of this, but before we remade the player, how the camera was in that, where it was just like normal third-person camera, orbit all around kind of controls, I think I just want to bring it back to that, and not do the falling behind, just like, you can look around normally and you know, have that be fine. And I'm hoping that's not going to have issues with the whole riding up walls thing if the camera is universally down for cannons, because I think all these cannons so far is gonna be launching you from somewhere on flat ground. It could be on a slight angle, but like mostly flat ground to somewhere else on flat ground. So I think that should be fine. I can get away with that, but we will see. So that's two things. It's a lot of little things. Fixing the camera, kind of making it how it was before. And before, you know, when it was working. And then, yeah, little player things. But I'm picturing someone, alert me up, candle, like catch up on your message. Just picturing someone someone's mom yelling at the game. The kid's just, I can't get to the pause button. I keep falling off the option. Oh no. You'd have to do that just to pause the game? Yes. Perfect. It brings up the text, but the game is still fully going in the background until you run and jump up to a pause button. Yes. Perfect gameplay. I see nothing wrong with that. No issues whatsoever. Okay. Let's start actually. How long is it? It's already been, how has it been 40 minutes? How do I keep doing 40 minutes of intros? I mean, okay, I've been also like piecing together like what I have to do specifically to get all the stuff that we need to happen. We haven't coded anything, but we have been discussing what we need this to actually do. I'm also just gonna move the destination just over here so we get more airtime to see stuff. I'm gonna hope I don't break this cannon cube. We're gonna hope not. We're just gonna move it out of the way. It's fine. Also, I see that, yeah, it launches itself using this. Use arc cannon untouched. I specified this being an arc cannon because there could be other types of cannons. Use cannon, it passes in the transform of itself. Okay. So we're gonna hope that, ideally I don't, ooh, oh wait, oh no. I was about to say, I hope we don't break this in the process. I just realized something that's tricky with the player origins. So, before this was easy. When I get in the cannon, when we got in the cannon, oh, also the player's head's like kind of sticking out because of this. I mean, ideally they'll have a better, actual, proper, you know, animated thing. So that won't be a problem. Before, when the player was in the cannon, the base of the player was at the base of the cannon, and then it was easy for any object in the cannon to be at the base of the cannon, and then it launched out in a straight line. That made sense. But, for the, oh, no, wait, no, oh, no. Well, no, I can just have code that runs differently on the player versus another object, I guess. But the player, because I want them to be like this with the unicycle sticking out, and it is very beneficial for the base of the unicycle to be the base of the player. Yeah, so the base of what they're flying out of is going to be here. Sticking out of the cannon, unless I make the cannon, even this is kind of a placeholder model. Ideally, you know, eventually looks like a, you know, what you'd expect like a circus cannon to look like. It'd be cool if it has the, having the, the thing coming out that's ignitey, whatever. Looking at, just, I don't know, this kind of stuff, right? It could be a lot longer. Now, whether I want, like, to some degree, having, like, the unicycle part sticking out before it launches, I don't know, I kind of like the aesthetic of that. Just like person's head sticking out, but instead of head, it's the unicycle. Which then, for the animation of it, him getting in the cannon, he can just dive into it face first, and then the wheel is still sticking out, and then he gets launched out holding onto it. I think that's great. I like that. The idea of what that could look like polished, but bottom line, I want the origin to still be there, which, oh god, ooh. Polished animation-wise, that might be tricky to get that to happen now that I think about it, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, we'll worry about that when we have any animations of any kind. Hopefully we'll be able to work around it. If I have to do some adjusting, then, like, that'd be fine. So, so I do have, yeah, oh, I know, I already have this separation. Okay, so this is cannon stages of firing another object. So I guess I can leave that as is. And then we have, where was cannon stages player? It looks like, well, wait, what? I'm sorry? Why does a normal cannon stages thing do anything with the camera pivot? I want to say that that's like leftover stuff that shouldn't be there. I'm just surprised that that hasn't caused a problem until now. Is it because, I'd go into play mode and like after like a second that thing would fire almost immediately, and then like I just really never happened to turn the camera like a couple frames into starting the game in this particular scene? I don't know. Before I just delete code willy-nilly, like this doesn't like call any of that code, no? Okay, just that can go. I'm not like just misreading. So, oh, cannon! I'm a fool. I am misreading. Okay, it's cannon pivot. I'm so used to just camera pivot being a thing. Never mind. It's fine. Good, I didn't delete that, I guess. Also, like how I just call it thing, because it could be anything that you're firing out of the cannon. I'm missing messages. Apologies. It's kind of like that elephant game back in the day. Ooh. Oh, you mean no, I know what's it called? There is only one level, right? That, and there's 3 of them, of which I've played all 3. Yeah. This is the only level. There we go. Yep. That's the game I'm thinking about. Yeah. Yep. And the Rubik, can you play the Impossible game? Better not tell you. I have played most of the Impossible game. I don't think I've beaten. Have I beaten any of them? Unsure. Have I? I haven't. Then I've gotten close. I think probably, but watch it. Yeah, once we're through all the Steam, my Steam games, then we go through all of the Flash games. No. Yeah, I don't need to dedicate many streams to beating that. I got enough on my plate already. We're gonna be starting Heavy Rain soon, and that'll be cool. Yeah, I have in terms of random old, very difficult game achievements. So not the game that I've beaten, but it's tangentially related. This game called I Wanna Be the Guy. Is that it? Yeah. That's very hard, like, rage game that looks like this. It's, you walk forward 2 steps and, like, some trap that you could not foreseen who randomly killed you. Like, will these spike, or will some random thing drop from the ceiling? Will the apples come flying over and kill you? And all that kind of stuff. Trying to be as mean as can possibly be and all that sort of stuff. And there's a lot of games of, like, this kind, but... like Cat Mario, same thing. So not this game, but there's I don't know if a mod of it would you'd call it, but I Wanna Run the Marathon is of the same style that was, or I guess a fan game of that was made for this like fan game marathon thing. So it was made for that, and then people had to like blind speedrun this. And it's very cool. But what starts off in the art style of I Want to Be in the Guy, and like the first couple levels look just like it. But then it, changes graphics wildly. Like here's a part that looks like Mega Man. There's a part that looks like Mario. There's a part over here that looks like Sonic. The giant, I forget what this enemy is called, but that is a Sonic 2 enemy. But anyways, I've beaten this, and it took like 30-something hours, but this is my greatest gaming achievement. No, no, I have, yeah. I have beaten this, and cool game. That, it starts off being brutally difficult and kind of gets easier a little bit once you get past, like, the first world of it. Anyways, shout out to that thing. Back to game. I assume you're gonna be playing Heavy Rain on controller? Probably. I expect to. I know that it's not a shooter. My usual rule of thumb is, like, if I don't need precise aiming, then controller is usually the way I go. Unless I have some very good exception not to, like the game is like, oh, you do not want to use a controller for this, you will regret it, because there's like 50 buttons or something. But I expect if I use a controller for Detroit Become Human, this will be, well, I shouldn't compare them. I know they're not like the same type of game exactly, but they're made by the same people, but Heavy Rain is older. I do know some things about Heavy Rain. I know more about Heavy Rain going into it than I did about Detroit Become Human going into it. I didn't know that you played as multiple characters in Detroit Become Human before I started it. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. That's gonna be 3 streams from now. But I'm looking forward to starting a new game. Been kind of a while since we've done that, and like Final Doom, if you count that kind of. That's more. It was Doom 2, but more. But anyways. But first we got programming to do. So let's start actually typing code, shall we? So what am I messing with first? I don't know if... So like, first thing I do notice is that, and I think I probably known this when I started this, but this Cannon Stages player and Cannon Stages regular thing, it has a lot of repeated code. And I think I did that, well, 1, because it was easier, 2, because I knew that in a more polished version of the canon for the player, I'd be changing a lot more, and I think eventually they wouldn't overlap as much. And I guess actually right now I'm about to do that. So how about I actually, yeah, before I combine anything, because I could combine stuff and then have to separate it. We're going to, yeah, we're gonna not combine stuff until after we're kind of done with fixing how the player interacts with the canon and whatnot. But what I want to do temporarily, just make this easier to skim through, is we're just gonna move this to like the bottom of the script and kind of just dump it down there for a bit so I don't have to look at it. But I was just looking for, are there other functions that are just related to other things using the canon? There is one. There's some combined code with some of that stuff. Is that it, though? Oh, right. This is another thing that... This is just generic do math. This should be in some kind of utilities thing. It doesn't need to be on this canon thing. I believe there is some other code that might use this. I'm not sure. The level end spring is going to add some... I'm going to want it to, like, use a fair amount of this code. Have them overlap where possible, but we'll get to that. So before I go too much further, we're gonna make a new script real quick. When this wants to compile, I'm just gonna make like a utility script that I've been putting off making for a while. I'll put have a utilities folder. There's one called like math. I don't know. No, math utilities or something. I don't know. Math utilities. And then I just wanted to copy this guy. Not that. Where's my cannon? Cannon, get over here. You. Over here. I have a lot of things open that don't need to be open. Let's just go close all my pinned, and that's fine. I can actually see all the scripts that I need along the top. Over here. Where was that calculate XYZ? It was just this. That's all. That draw path could also maybe be over here, but eh. Okay, so like public static blah. Oh, wait, mate, you take more input than I was thinking that you did. Can I still work with this? I mean, surely, like, I mean, well, okay, I might immediately take this back. This is actually very dependent on canon stuff specifically. Why are you just called calculate XYZ? Like it was... So I'm passing a time. So, okay, this is like, we have an arc of, like, you know, this arc of the cannon. It's like, put in a number between 0 and 1, I think. And then that's like where along the cannon that's going to be. Based on the launch speed, the angle of the cannon, the launch direction, launch speed. Okay, actually I'm going to, yeah, this is very, like, cannon specific. So I'm going to immediately undo what I was doing. But I'm going to, we'll leave this script here for eventually. Maybe I'll change my mind, but this should be renamed to, like, so we don't check what's actually using it. Ooh. So this is drawing the path. It uses that. Calculate point on path or something. I noticed that it goes up to flight time. Does flight time not go up to 1? Or maybe not. I guess O plus equals length step. Okay, I'm gonna... There's probably a way that makes sense. I don't think Xbox controller has the same functions as the PlayStation, so I'll not not regard one of your achievements as... Oh, so I will not regard one of your achievements as valid. Oh, no. Because I had to suffer, and if you don't suffer, it doesn't count. Oh, no. I don't think Xbox controller has the same functions as PlayStation is. Really? Aren't they usually synonymous with, like... Obviously, you have a Wii or, like, a Nintendo Switch. Like, they're off doing their own funky thing. But I thought, like, PlayStation controller and Xbox controller usually were like 99% the same. What does a PlayStation controller have that Xbox doesn't? Like, I know you can get some like extension stuff. Like I know there's a thing with an Xbox controller that has like a mini keyboard in it. I guess. I guess if whatever the difference is a massive spoiler of the game, then it wouldn't be rumbling, right? I believe that controller can have rumbling. If you have to like detect something with rumbling, it could be a thing. I don't know, like, a controller with like a microphone in it or something. You gotta like, oh, be quiet, otherwise something's gonna kill you. I don't know. I don't have any good guesses on what that would be, but oh no. So does that mean there must be a PlayStation only achievement that's somehow based on something that the controller? What could the controller do? I don't know. We will see. We will see. I gotta go out and get a PlayStation controller just for it to be valid. No. Anyways, we'll worry about that when we get there, I suppose. Okay. What am I doing? So, actually, do I want to start with the player half of this or the camera half of this? The camera half is way more broken, but I think the player stuff might be an easier fix, so that you can just do it faster. Okay, we'll start with player stuff. So the having when the player the immediate when the player gets launched, have like the starting point be at the tip of where their wheel is. So, why do I have? Oh, I have to do this launch setup, right? So, wait, if we're not, why do you have anything going on in update? Because you can, I guess. So, in update, if we're not launching and we have some at speed, oh, this is the speed of the cannon, yeah, because it's very customizable, and we have some target launch setup. Why is launch setup having an update? Oh, because well, okay, this is a thing, right. So, I was questioning, like, oh, why does stuff need to be running in update every frame on the cannons? That seems wasteful. This is kind of a temporary thing because I visually like it, how it's drawing the lines. And I do it every frame rather than just once on start because it's set up that I can move the cannon around. Well, actually, right now I'm moving the cannon and the thing. Well, yeah, I could... Oh, wait, it turned? Why'd you turn? Oh, did I move it into... I moved it into the thing at, that cube that can be launched. I can move the cannon at runtime and have it still aim where it's supposed to. And I can move the destination at runtime and have it recalculate. I could adjust the angle and, like, all that stuff. So, yeah. That's why I calculate that every frame. Although, I don't need to actually calculate the path until I launch a thing. But because I want to draw that path, I need to calculate that path all the time. I mean, there could be extra code that's like, we know very early on that nothing moved, therefore we don't need, I could cut out of the recalculating earlier. But in theory, eventually in a more polished version of this, actually, you know what, here, I can just like, I don't know, go, if I don't want those lines to be there in like a real build, if unity.editor, then do stuff. Actually, we're gonna do it outside the if, then, there we go. So in a build, it won't be wasteful, I guess. I don't remember if I need to do like one launch setup in start or something. I'm gonna hope not. Okay, so this launch stuff does math. I remember this. I remember the days of this whole very complicated math. There's lots of fun Googling to figure out all that. It was rough, but you know, we got there. Calculate point on path is that. This is just the visual part that draws the path. That also is a thing that might not need to be there long term. Or like maybe like I'd be more fine with it if it looked just visually better. Like it was like a dotted line kind of going along. That could be kind of cool. Maybe it's a thing that we'll revisit when we go to like polish more. Oh yeah, there's a thing, if the cannon's in use, that is a thing that's set, yeah. If enabled, yeah, stop all coroutines, We have, do I really need to keep testing the speed value everywhere? Oh well. I guess it's good polish to do that. So, now here's where we actually go with firing the cannon, firing the player stuff. Oh, hold on, I'm, missing, I didn't hear most of what you were saying, but now, if you were wondering about the controller differences, PlayStation controllers use a lot of motion controls. Oh, really? Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes a bit more sense, I guess. I guess that controller there probably, I guess, doesn't have motion control stuff, but I didn't think a PlayStation controller would. I thought that's Nintendo's thing. What is PlayStation stealing Nintendo's thing? No, I don't know. So I guess, sure, an achievement that's based around that. I don't know, yeah, that's funky. Like turning the controller, shaking it, tilting, all that jazz. Oh boy, oh boy. And PS5 controller added a thing that the touchpad is like a temperature sensitive, so you could blow on it and do stuff. Oh no! That's like a DS thing. Oh no! Like in the game that PS5 comes with, to show you all this stuff it can do. I like blow on the controller to spin a windmill or some fans or something. Oh no, that's cool, but also like what heavy rain could require out of that. Yeah, funky, neato. All right, yeah, no, that is cool, and yeah, I guess I won't get the true experience not having that, but like what didn't Heavy Rain come out in like 2011 or something? Or no, maybe I have that, it's too early. Or did it come, I thought it was in a little bit of a game on the older side. Did it come out on at a time that whatever PlayStation console was out at the time had this motion control stuff? Or was that an after the fact re-release kind of thing? I'm not saying Heavy Rain uses all that. Oh yeah, but just like hypothetically, some of it could, maybe. Or some kind of motion control thing, I don't know. Just saying that that's what PlayStation does that Xbox doesn't. Yeah, fair enough. But yes, it is older, which is why the tilting is jank. All right, fun. Well, yeah. I'm not going to buy a whole new controller just for that, I don't think. So I'll be missing out on some of the experience. But oh well. I can Google afterwards what that would have been. And there's an achievement tied to it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll get there when we get there. If I continue to ask more questions, I may get spoiled on things. So I must tread lightly. Anyways, canon stages. Okay, so some stuff here. We have this disable player thing that we made last time. This is a lot of manipulating player stuff that would be ideal to like more of it that can be wrapped up in utility functions on the player would be nice. But a lot of this, I mostly want to do that if I can see a situation where I want to like, a thing I'm doing here to disable the player in a specific way, it's a common way that other things might need to disable the player in a similar way. at least a thing that encompasses all of this and this and this. So this disabled player is just turning off like input for the most part and making us invincible, and potentially also turning off the ability to respawn. I think I want another version of this that is like, so this version of disabling the player allows physics to still go. Having a more generic like disable player including physics. Actually, you know what? Rather than making a whole new function, I guess I can just put it on the end of this. Allow to respawn, like whatever, and then bool disable physics equals false. We assume most things will not. And then if disable physics, then yeah, okay, then like do what this does. Does the order matter? Other than that this line needs to come before this line? Not really. Just making sure. Okay. Blarg, and then, yeah. Blah, and then, blah. Cool. But then I need to then set this to, oh, well, actually, do I care about which thing is first? Allow respawns, true, and disable physics, true. Yeah, it's fine. I'm tempted to switch those around, but, oh well. It's literally just one trophy that makes it super annoying to do a sequence without any mistakes, but it's all motion controlled. It took many frustrating attempts for me. Oh, no. Yeah. Funky. I have, like, guesses in my mind based on stuff I know about the game of what that could involve, but I will hold my tongue for now. Okay, so after having that, we reduced a few lines. Yippee. I suppose then I should bool enable physics. Make the other half of this. Wait, enable physics equals false. Yeah, and then yeah, and then blah, and then do the opposite of these in the opposite order. It actually, I want to make the player not kinematic first, and then this thing to continuous. Yaha. And then let me skip ahead down here where I call that. That's here, and that's continuous. That, okay, bam, and then true. Cool. Another just little bit of cleanup. Okay, so what else can be cleaned up here? There's like camera stuff and player stuff. So this is making sure the cannon should, in theory, already be at like its default, the position, the rotations it needs to have. This is just making sure of that. So, I mean, do I make a function that's just like reset cannon that just does those two things? For now, it's fine. Parenting the player to the barrel of the cannon and then moving the player based on that. I don't think this is very specific to the cannon of move the player based on stuff with the cannon. So I think that's fine being as is. Local rotation, then, I mean, this, yeah, we'll come back to that. If I ever see another situation where I want to use this, then maybe I bundle it or something. But like making a helper player function for one line is not as worth it. This bit is resetting camera stuff. Can I actually, wait. Oh no, this was a temporary thing. This is, yeah, this is temporary. I'm actually gonna put the, replace that with, don't we have like a reset camera now? No, reset camera would put it back. Like after we mess with the camera in some other way, that's the undo. What else I put here? There's like reset camera, oh, the override stuff. I guess, for now, we'll go disable camera. Do I like that? We'll come back to this, but eventually, I think we're gonna end up having the camera have its own whole like camera state thing. We have all of this like, it's on the surface, so do stuff. Oh, we're in midair, we're underwater, do stuff. Then down here, oh, there's like camera override stuff. But this might behave extra different than this. I'm unsure. We'll come back to that. disable camera, don't do these. It's probably fine. And then align cannon. Aligning the cannon is just rotating it to the way that we rotate it like twice, right? Like there's the aligning the barrel and the aligning the cannon. Like, yeah, those go together. And we start the like rotating of it and then the leaning it down with a slight delay. That's just, it works nicely for what we want. Then, once the cannon is lined up, we have this wait time, like how long till it fires, just for the, it just looks nice that way. I have a second one of these. This was just like a safety net that with this and making the camera proper, we won't need. Launch the player. This is, have the player be back, not parented under the cannon. We just parented them under the cannon to turn with the cannon. Then we do one of these, like one final launch setup, drop path. So this is what I want to change, like right at the instant we launch the cannon. This start launch position, yeah, barrel that position, no. Okay, launch setup, you're gonna take in a Vector 3, well, actually we're gonna go, I don't know, transform. I want this to be able to be null, so that can equal null, be an optional input, yeah? So then, if start position is not equal to null, actually, well, technically equaling null is gonna be the more common thing. Actually, I'm unsure about that. Anyway, else, blarg, do that. If it's null, use the barrel. If it has a value, use the value. Yeah, so I'm doing that, so then the one, update can have it be without a thing, and the launching a regular object can have it be without a thing. The player specifically, though, is going to instead pass in the player, so that it'll the base of the player is going to be the wheel, so it'll use that. Okay, that's like fixes part of the problem. Yes. The only do I care about? This doesn't matter that much, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. Technically, the default position here should be like slightly higher. Let's go. The dot y plus equals like 0.5. Because now the base is no longer like really the center of the cannon. It's gonna be kind of up more in the barrel, so it'll just, when it's being drawn, it'll be slightly more accurate. Just need to double check that. So now it's like, it's still coming out like, you know, there. It's not coming up at like the top. I guess I could put it all the way up, but now it's more, you know, like that. It does suck actually that this is more off. I mean, if I cared about it being accurate, it could, hold on. Where are you? Launch setup. Going here. Plus, I could give it a +1 here, and then over here for all the time where I'm like, wait a minute. Launching is true. Shouldn't this be getting called every frame here? If we're not launching and speed is greater than 0 and we have a target. Wait, shouldn't this be running every frame? Or am I mistaken on that? Hold on. Or maybe it is and I just don't realize it. Okay. Oh, even 1 isn't high enough. Okay. No, it's not, because if it was... Okay, see, like, the frame we launched, like that, fine, that's correct. I just want to see if I can temporarily just get it to be more correct. When this turned, this should have been... Oh, no, sorry, I'm adding 1. I'm not adding 1 in the direction of the barrel. Right, of course. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, well, that's, like, slightly more annoying to do. Take barrels... I mean... I could... And the other easy solution would just be to have a... some kind of, like... Where's the other barrel here? Make some empty game objects. Start position or something. Have it be, you know, up roughly here where like the player's wheel kind of is. which something like that. And then just use that. Have a public variable reference, and that will just lean at better than doing the math. Public transform. Wow. I see more messages. I will get to them in but a moment. Barrel or start position reference, or maybe like arc start reference, arc start reference or something along those lines. And I name the game object to that just to match, blah, with a capital. Okay, then cannon use. Actually, in the prefab of the it should be done in the prefab. So it's gonna happen on all the cannons. Or I can just apply the. Oh, apply what I added. Oh, that just to just make sure I do just that for now. I did apply. No, me applying all actually. That's actually more of a problem. Can I undo? I can't undo. Thank you. Good, because that would mess up, other cameras, cannons. I meant to do this up there. Okay, good. I did not know that you could undo and apply all. That's good. Yeah, this here, and then we call it over here. I'll catch up with messages just so I not lose my train of thought. Then draw arc or launch setup is going to use. I guess if it has one, use it. Otherwise, just use arc reference. I guess works. Dot position. Yeah. It could use arc position always, but using once the player's in it, like perfectly using that will work better if I slightly change the type of player. So like, yeah, that doesn't look great coming out of there, but it's more accurate. And then there, now it's more correct there. That's good. Yeah. And then the frame that we get launched, then it does it like one final time. And that's good enough for me. If I made it more of a dotted line, that would be less obvious. I could in theory have like, oh, here's where it starts and have an extra then like line that goes from here into the barrel or something. I really care to clean that up. But again, I treat this currently as more of a visual thing. Do I have an easy thing that turns it off actually? Well, the line here. Bam. Whoa, it's off now. Whoa. Just to be able to see. So like, how is this without the line? Yeah, kind of. Oh. Well, you know what? Fair enough. Oh no. Yeah, right. I disable the camera and I don't turn it back on. I mean, it's kind of cool looking, but not what we want, and causes lots of problems. There's also a lot of motion control stuff you missed out in Detroit Become Human. Oh, really? But nothing that one was tied to any trophies? Really? What? Like, I guess I played all Detroit Become Human, so I guess I can be spoiler free on that. What motion control stuff was in that? I imagine like times where you had to be stealthy. I don't know if you move the controller too much that like makes noise, like can get you caught or something like that, maybe. Or just quick time events. Some quick time events are. Oh no, probably just quick time events or motions, or some of them anyway. I could see that, perhaps. Interesting. Okay, so all right, did that. That wasn't that bad. Next thing. So then the player actually. Let me double check the extra thing here. So the player then does launch. Oh, wait, I do need. Oh, and bring back the line. The player does launch. Like first frame of launch is from the correct position, right? Wait, shouldn't at this point, shouldn't it already be using that? No, it doesn't until it actually launches, right? It's an approximation, which is fine, until the first frame of actual real launch. Then it calculates it one final time at being here, and that's more what I'm interested in. Come on. No, oh no, right, it doesn't, because I put a temporary correction thing before to, like, add a little bit. Yeah. So take that out. Where do I do that? Where? Here. this was a thing. Well, I just copied this. I'm like, oh, what it adds, just put that in one time for free. And I don't use that. I also noticed that this isn't being used anymore. It used to be. I don't want to delete that just yet, because I have to see why that's not being used at the moment, and if it should be. Okay, now that should behave better. And yeah. It was there, and then now it's just because of the speed. It is going away. He flies. Cool. Good, I guess. So, now what? That's that. Then this is the part where we actually start moving the cannon. I want to deal with the camera stuff at some point. One quick thing, just have the camera not be broken. It's just down here. I'll just throw in a here, throw in an enable camera thing, just so it's not broken. Could even enable it at this step, but we'll get there. So now the player launches through the air. This stuff is supposedly fine. This flight percentage, what did it do before? Also, this is happening every frame. That was also me just temporarily having the camera be, like, not broken for now. It's fine. And that was undoing any, like, mouse input stuff. At the moment, does not matter. So... oh, wait, I'm just realizing that disable player disables movement, which also... oh, shoot. I've always bundled, like, you know, movement with, like, you know, moving the player, WSD and whatnot, with mouse camera movement. Disabling them is disabling both, or disabling none of them. Am I going to do that to separate that for this? I might. We'll see. We'll come back to it. Okay, flight percentage. What did I use this for, exactly? I don't remember what was in here before that needed that. It was something to do with the rotational stuff that now is this from to rotation, I guess. I think yeah, it was part of this calculation. I think I can get rid of it. Because right now, the player flying through the air, that arc is fine. So that's all good and stuff. We calculate these speeds. Do something with them. What do I do with this? Oh, because, oh, right, this, the sort of, the longer that we're in the air, we add to this speed, it just does things good. Actually, this is a negative number, so this is, this is to make it so that as we fly through the air, it kind of, you know, fast, and then a little bit slower, and then fast, and it just, yeah, works nicely for us. Okay. Yes, okay, that's all good. We get out here, we set the position. This is like, we're done the flying. Set the player to the last position they should be in. Enable the player and whatnot. Do I have like, I was wondering if I should put in like a final velocity kind of a thing. Like if I can calculate, like, here's what the velocity kind of should be, so make that the velocity so there's more of a thump and go. Unsure. I mean, I have the player's last position, and then I have their position. But that's gonna be like really close. Like, I could calculate a pseudo velocity, but I won't worry about that for right now because it just might introduce more problems. Anyway, camera, reset barrels, reset cannon. That is that. Where is? Oh, right. So the thing I need to add, which is just something that's not here yet, is that if I launch through the air, I land on an angle, and don't reset properly. Ignore the camera. If I don't move anything, you know, we land like that until we start actually moving, and that should be the case. Oh, wait, is the camera also? Wait. The camera, like, didn't move out until... I actually don't immediately know why that specific part of that, of why the... I'm gonna hope that when we fix the player, that the camera will, like... I don't know why I took the camera, me moving slightly for the camera to zoom out. The camera code doesn't have anything that, like, holds, I don't think. Anyway, so actually to do this a little bit more generically, I think anything that enables the player from previously being frozen should do this, like, you know, run 1 frame's worth of deciding where you should be facing to align with the ground. So in here, and well, I guess actually more specifically, it should be in here if we enable physics, I guess. Yeah. So now how am I going to do that? To figure that out, we're going to go find the... Actually, before I do anything, actually, I want to test one more just case with this that I'm curious of. If the cannon has an end destination that's, like, in midair, I'm curious of that. Like, that should fix it based on what I understand. We should launch through the air and get the controls and then land and then be fine. Yeah, yeah. Like, it starts to get midair controls, which that might... Whoa, we need a better system of how that smoothly goes between those things. But we'll worry about that when we get to the camera. Okay, I want player surface. Do I? Nothing here references that? Okay, well, just real quick, if I go from input manager, then it's like here. No, it's not. Where are you? I thought that's... No, nothing in here references that either. Never mind. Okay, player surface. Not surface check. That's a different thing. It could be like on player on surface check or something. I don't know. Actually, well, it makes the name longer, but you know what? Just have it be more distinct. Player on surface check. That's the test. It's a ground check, but even if we're like going up a wall or a ceiling or whatever, it's still not the code that I want to be in. So now I go player surface. Bring me to it here. Okay. So how now would I do this? Align to surface. Wait. No, yeah. Align to surface is different from stick to. Actually, I'm also just gonna go. Visual stuff. Stuff is these things. That's why they're separated. Stick to surface. It does stuff here. How would I? Just being like, hey, run one frame of this might not be enough. Okay, so this thing is like, if we're overriding the input because something's telling us to override our input, then we use this as decide like where to face, but that's not the case here. Otherwise, if if we're overriding input and then not overriding input but overriding turning, those are two separate things. Outside of that, we look, are we pressing input to be moving in a direction? And use that. Otherwise, if our velocity exists, which in this case, falling out of the cannon, it's 0. So that means that we're getting straight to here and not, not using that. So, desired forward, blah, blah, blah. The problem with just as soon as we land, then just doing it, doing the facing a direction, that I remember having issues. Well, one, if I just don't, hold on. Yeah, all these are setting direction to use. If we get here and then just use what direction to use was last frame, would that actually be enough? It seemed unnecessary, right? Because it's like, well, no, then I guess maybe it is actually, actually, maybe it might be fine. Just seems a bit wasteful, but I guess it's fine. This shouldn't be an else statement here, but just to temporarily. Hold on. All that was that, and then that was that, then da-da-da-da-da. Okay, let me just try. This might introduce other small issues with the player coming to a halt, where they might quickly do a weird, like, swivel turn. We'll see if that happens. Otherwise, then, like, yeah, then that works. I'm just concerned that it might not be as working as I would like it to be. So if I, like, stop on a slope. This might be better tested on a controller. Or we're moving not in just the 8 directions and we can have tiny inputs. So, hold on. Having this connect. There it is. So, and that's like, yeah, some like swivels that, like, it may be fine. I guess just like I can readdress with more polish. I guess it's not as... I was expecting it to be more immediately broken. Oh. Oh, well, that's fun. How are we... Wait, how's that happening? This is in theory, unrelated issue. We are falling and how? Ooh, that's fun. It somehow decided that the place to respawn should be in midair. How did it do that? Oops, not doing that. I know that the respawning code, the code that decides where to respawn is a little bit, like needs work. It works most of the time. It's supposed to just be like, every frame that we're on the ground where we decide that it's safe, set that as a safe position, like as our last safe position, and then when we respawn, take that and try to like move away from the edge that we fell off of to then be like not you know, spawning here, spawning like a little bit further away. I'm guessing that the code that was doing that, I don't know how it somehow went up in the air. Somehow, some way. Let me just test something. If I like launch off here and then die, does that respawn fine? Yeah. It was a fluke. I mean, like something that's, I think, likely to come up again. I think it might be related to the moving fast, or it could be related to like, oh, I just realized something that oh, the issue was that I think I barely touched that bit of wall, you know, the platform there, and if I'm on that, that shouldn't be a safe platform. Oh, you know what? Actually, we're gonna do, while it's on my mind now, we're gonna do a quick side tangent to like player respawn. Is what? Wait, no, are you called something different? Hold on. In player. Oh, player fall respawn. I could just call it respawn. The only way that you respawn is by falling into a kill plane. Unless there ends up being other ways of respawning in some fashion. I don't know. Okay, so over where we save, this is our last save area. This is just, yeah, if we're on a surface. That's not good enough. How do I want to do this, actually? Should I... Don't I have some check somewhere that does an angle check of sorts between here? The angle between vector theta up and transform dot up, you know, where we are. That kind of, it's like, oh, you know, the angle of the ground that we're on. And this is how I decide that we're going downhill rather than being completely upside down, I guess. Or, oh no, this is, we hit low velocity, we should get pushed off a wall if we are, yeah, if we're like that, I guess. Something like that. Let's just do this, yeah, push off wall multiplier thing. I'm just trying to understand that. Wait, did I? Okay. Hopefully it's fine. Anyways, I just want to steal this, and the player ground check, the on surface thing over, where was it? Over here. I'm just deciding whether this should do that, or if like this might be something common enough that this on surface check should have something that's like we're on, you know, ground. I mean, here's the thing that's like looking at what we just hit. I mean, I can also, I don't know. How about I'll just do it here. Just go, the angle between vector theta up and player up is less than, what's the like steepest wall that we count as ground? It shouldn't, I think 85 might be a lot. Could just do like, I mean, or let's make it like 60 or something and hope that that's good enough. And, you know, we'll see. If it's not, then we can correct it more then. So this is a hard thing to attempt to recreate. But first of all, just normal respawning is fine. Yeah. Launching off there is fine. We'll have to specifically fall off of the slope and respawn because of that, which it did. Respawning and then, like, immediately falling a bit, like, that should be fine, I hope. I just hope that doesn't, you know, cause more problems. I could see that, like, you know, if we have, you know, a slope like this that goes off the edge and you slowly, like, fell off of it, like, that could be a bad. And, like, that might require more robust respawn code. But I think that's something that we more fine-tune in a real level where, like, this, like, oh, just looking at is the ground that we're on, like, having a good angle, like, that's where we respawn is, like, the easy thing to do. I could, you know, more specifically define, like, certain areas as, like, respawn areas and whatnot. If I wanted checkpoints, like, right now I have that when you fall off, you just go back to where you were. If I could have more specifically defined, like, checkpoints, and you just go to, like, the nearest one. You know, that's possible. But, you know, that's the thing I think we will reassess in a so-called real level. Actually, the submarine level won't have much, if any, falling to your death, I don't think. The forest level might. But, because the submarine is whole, like, interior level, I believe. So, might revisit that. Well, you could fall off the hub world. So, when we have a better demo situation for the hub world, I guess that would be a thing. But respawning in the hub world versus respawning in a real level could also behave differently. Maybe in the hub world, you always, like, go back to the start of it or something. Like, the main, like, center area. I don't know. So we'll revisit later. But anyway, it's just some small thing. Oh, yeah, my thing's fixed down there. I guess I have technically fixed a couple things. I'm going to count this as a just better respawning that, like, fixed a problem we didn't realize that we had. That's a thing. And, I mean, technically, in terms of the player, to not lump the whole canon stuff together, if I want to break it up into individual things that we've solved, just the player, when they launch out of the cannon, having a better start point of where they launch out, that's technically a thing. Sure. Well, I'll just go with those. It's fine. Cool. So this is the... Oh, and then you know, the when we fall, not having the issue of, like, being stuck on our side until we actually move, that I'm going to count as its own thing. That was, like, easier of a fix than I thought it was going to be, but, like, small sacrifices that I made to do that. We'll see. We'll see if that causes me additional problems. It might, or it might not. So with that, technically the player is kind of good to go as far as the canon's concerned. Sort of. Well, like they are, but, like, yeah, I don't know. Other than, like, initial, like, obviously more polished everywhere, but especially with the actual act of getting in the cannon would be nice. Like, I don't have an easy way of, I mean, I don't know fully how I'm going to animate specifically the getting in the cannon step of this, but we'll get there. We'll get there, but that's going to be, you know, after we have any animations at all. So I guess with that, let's start talking about the camera and going through some of this again, but from the camera's perspective. So what needs to happen? Right now, as we went through previously, I disable the camera at the start of this, and then I re-enable it here. If I don't do that, does it... Oh, wait, do I... Hold on, I just want to see something. If I disable the camera, just... Actually, if I don't disable the camera at all, just allow complete camera everything the whole time, what happens? It does that. It goes to funky angles. I mean, it went and followed along the player, but, yeah, it... Actually, do I have a Oh, I think I did set up a cannon state, didn't I? Am I actually using it? On surface. Just control F for, cannon. Or does the player just... Is that just using the midair code or something? I don't know. I don't remember why the camera is, like, doing what it's currently doing. Or is it that it's trying to run the ground camera code, but, like, when we're in midair or something? Unsure. Okay, so I think I'm gonna need to for what I want to happen, I think I'm gonna need to define a canon state for the camera, and then it's gonna reuse some of the code from different parts, but in a bit of a different manner. So, player state controller, player state controller. I set up a canon state. I didn't. Oh, right, because I wasn't sure if I'd need to. I think now I'm deciding that I want to. The player itself isn't using it so much yet. Eventually it might. But a lot of the camera movement is based on looking at what state the player is in, and that's working better than having camera-defined states. I mean, I could, but for right now, for this, I want to do it this way, I think. Which then means I also want to go, I don't know, here, go player state controller dot, I don't know, try change state, player states dot canon. And then when I enable the player, I don't need the, in theory, as soon as we re-enable the player, the ground code, the ground check, the surface check code will either decide that we're not on the ground and then switch to being in midair, or it'll decide that we're on ground and switch to being on the ground. Just in case that has issues, though, I think I'm gonna go like this and try change state to like ground, or surface, on surface, yeah. Most cannons should end with us being on the ground, with these type of cannons. For cannons that end with us being in midair, if a cannon does decide to end us in midair, it shouldn't then immediately drop out. That would be a kind of cannon where we'd want to preserve the cannon velocity, or whatever. We'll get there. Okay, so you do that. That should be fine for some things. Does it matter if I swap these? Man, I like the parallelism doing that opposite order. Actually, wait, did I enable physics being true? Okay, yeah. What next? So now on the camera player follow, now I can, the state isn't going to be in one of these. Actually, just that on its own, I'm curious what that's going to look like. So it's now going to, not use those states. Yeah. What is it going to do instead? It's going to do nothing. I mean, that makes sense, but also, no. Also, to get more accurate, how I've said the cannon should actually be behaving. Move the destination back to just being on the ground. Put like the 0.25 because of the box or whatever. Falling a tiny bit should be fine because of how the player ground check works. We actually have to be slightly more off the ground. Wait. What? Wait, what? Did I just fix that? How's it back? I didn't undo it, did I? Being in the ground or air state shouldn't... What? Did I undo it? There's a chance I don't know, pressed Control F and undid it somewhere. No? What? It should use whatever desired forward was last frame, unless that's getting changed somewhere. Also, this can go. How did, of all things, wait, how, I don't actually know how that's coming back, unless, no, I don't know. Do nothing. Based on my understanding of how all this works, did it, like, not change state properly? This we activate, or just switch to ground, reset some things. So that stuff. Why? Okay, we're gonna quickly throw in a breakpoint and sort this out. I didn't expect that to come back, and I don't currently understand how it's extra broken. Extra more broken than it should be. Oh, there's nothing in here if we're in a canon state, but currently there doesn't need to be. Okay. Does it need one? Oh, it doesn't have a default state, but I don't know if it needs one to function. Whoa. Wait, I didn't... Excuse me? I don't know if you need one to actually, like, work. I don't know how that, and I can see it eventually having stuff. So we're just gonna, surface, midair, tightrope. Tightrope will definitely have stuff eventually. Cannon, and cutscene, I think we'll have stuff eventually. I'm not 100% sure, though. Actually, midair and underwater are so related that I'd like those to stay clumped together, I think. Not that it, I don't know. Part of this is like, oh, the priority of what's more likely to happen, but eh. Surface, midair, underwater, tightrope, cannon, cutscene, I guess. And then same with under here. So I don't think it's gonna fix my issue. I'd be surprised if it did. I wasn't actually checking for, I don't think there was errors that were happening. Right. Correct. Okay, so why? Why is my question? Wait, we had breakpoint. Breakpoint to find the answers. Nope, I didn't mean to close that. Oh well. Stick to surface. Align to surface. Just gonna put that there and be like, oh, why are you not letting me go back in Unity? What? Why was that necessary? Oh, now you're being all frozen. Let me out, please. Why? Oh, it's completely frozen. What? Now is not the time for this. Drink some water while it fixes itself. Yeah, break out of your prison that you're in. Please. Alright, well, it'll fix itself someday. The only explanation I have for why this is broken like this is if either one, it didn't change state properly, so like the ground check stuff isn't running, or desired forward is being set to vector 3.0, and then that's causing issues somewhere else. Because yeah, this has to have some value for it to do this, but it should. Do I have anything that actually resets this? Oh, wait. Oh, no, this gets set to vector 3.0 if it's not, right, no, sorry, this does get changed. Why was I thinking this was something that didn't get changed if, oh no. Well, oh, yeah, no, this isn't, yeah, I guess I'm saying I want this to stay what it was last frame. Which means, okay, so I see why this isn't working, which then I don't know how it was working before. But, okay, oh well. So I need that if we get here, we need to just set this, set direction to use as what it was last frame, which isn't this, which I don't want to store what it was last frame. Or I just don't have this change. Else if, or, I don't know, if, how do I, hold on. If it got changed from something, you know, actually, no, I can just test that it's not, that it actually changed, right? If this is not equal to vector 3.0, technically this would be the better way of doing that, because, you know, be more exact. Blah, but this using... Blah. If it has a value, essentially, then change it. Yeah. And then I can go back to that just not being there, because then they're the same. Okay, then if it has a value, change it. Otherwise, then forward direction just stays what it was last frame. Okay, yeah, I guess works. I hope. I don't know if it's going to introduce other weird little things. We're going to see. Okay, yeah, and then go. What? Still? What do you mean? So my question is this running? Did it get set to 0 somewhere else? all possible. It is running, yeah, and then it should... Yeah, not go in one of these. This is current... Oh, it's... Yeah, okay, got reset to Vector 3.0 somewhere. Where would that have happened? Final references... I set it here. That tests it. That uses it. That uses it. It does only get reset here. Why? I did go out of and back into play mode, right? Yeah. Using the code. Huh. Here's the thing I can do. Here, as I'm launching through the air... Yeah. Then as soon as I hit the ground, it should... Excuse me? Why? Why are we doing this again? Cooperate. You You're gonna do this again and then be all frozen? Why? Why now? Do I need to close and restart you? Possibly. Maybe. Oh, okay, I can... One second. You know, we're just gonna close this and reopen it. Hope it fixes itself. I just put in a print statement. Do things the classic way. One, it decides to open up. I don't got all day. We're almost there with these cannons, though, I guess. I think. Possibly. Well, we got the whole camera side of it, but we'll see. And then combining it with the hub world cannon should just inherently work with this, I think. Oh no. The like end level spring thing will have its own issues. Oh hey, the Hilton, hi, hello, and I just slurped, but I can slurp again. Hello, welcome to the stream. We are attempting to fix more player bugs. Fun. Currently, we're doing stuff with the cannon. It was just having some weird technical issues with Visual Studios. It's closed and relaunched, and hopefully it's gonna be fine now. Where am I looking? Where were we just... I was wanting to put a breakpoint over here. Yeah. So, just wanting to test a particular thing that's happening that is behaving strangely. Oh, okay. When it decides to let me in. I heard you finished the game off stream. Oh yeah, entire game is done. Releasing the full thing on Steam tomorrow. Oh yeah, with like 200 levels and 17 crazy boss fights. Yeah, totally. Okay, no, I don't want to do that. I wish it'll be a great day when you get to that point actually being true. Okay, so we're currently fixing camera stuff. Oh yeah, I cannot have that. Oh, I'm going to play mode with no breakpoints, and then be launching cannon. Yeah. Currently, we're fixing cannons. Specifically, a thing that's happening when the player lands out of being in a cannon. So this is this already 0? It has a value. So where do you think you're all getting reset? Is it the normalized step that's doing that? Maybe. Is this threshold too high? Okay, you got a direction to use this. Yeah, it's 0, so it shouldn't go in here, and it should use this. Yeah. That looks like it's doing the correct thing to me. Go like next frame. Is it somehow broken now? No, you're... there you are. Oh, wait, what reset you? That, okay, I missed it. Why did it take a couple frames and then reset? It should do that. Okay, well, I didn't find the answer, but I don't know. Okay, weird. In those few frames, it should have it should have set it properly, I think? Weird, funky stuff. Why is this? Okay. I don't know why this particular sequence of events that I'm doing is doing this to Visual Studios. No. When it, like, usually doesn't. I don't know why it's being all broken today. Slowing down my progress. So, yeah, but you just saw it a couple of seconds ago. What the issue that's happening is, after a player goes across cannon, flying through the air as they... Oh, wait, they're not animated. Oh, when did that happen? Oh, right, because they don't have... They're not in the cannon state. Yeah. No, okay, I know why that happened, but hold on. That's the thing I can fix real quick. Don't mind if I do. I just put these... in place of that. While I'm waiting for other things to fix them. Actually, well, I guess I'm in here. I can do stuff again. On how are these? On surface, midair, underwater, tightrope, cannon, cutscene. Yeah. So cannon is gonna happen to copy the things from midair. Not all of them, actually, just this. Yes. Okay, that's a separate issue. That's not the real issue that I'm trying to fix, but. Was a thing that I just broke a couple seconds ago. Anyways, when they launch through the air like that, that's what you're supposed to look like. They get to the ground, the player stays being on an angle until you start moving. And that's not supposed to be happening. I thought I knew why it was happening, and that would be kind of a quick fix of just some code that was running conditionally, running every frame. But that also didn't fix it, and I don't actually understand why. So we do this, we hit the ground. This has a value, which is good and stuff. And then next frame, it has a value, and then it... What? This has 0, -1. Yeah. Oh! Wait. So, whoa. Oh, do we have some velocity, so it's using, what, this? Oh, when we come right out of the cannon, being slightly off the ground, we're going straight downwards because of pure gravity. So this direction to use is pointing straight at the ground, so we try to then flatten it to the ground. That's making this 0. Ugh. Well, but then the midair code should be making it so that we're... No, that's because we're slightly off the ground. We're just slightly off the ground for us to not go in the midair state, but we're just close enough to the ground, falling straight at the ground. Wow, this is... I don't know, a very particular, other bits of code doing the exact perfect thing to just cause this issue. How do I nicely, cleanly fix it? The superior thing would be to, if I did just have, when you get out of the cannon state, you inherit the velocity from the cannon arc, and then have that. But I don't know if I want you to land from a cannon and potentially burst off with speed necessarily. I mean, if it's a little, I could bring it down. I kind of wanted you to land with more of a stopping thud. Just be there, and then you move around. For this particular type of cannon, anyway. So, other option, though. I mean, I don't need to set the... what needs to happen is I need to set this direction to use. What if I set it based on... the current player forward? No, current player forward flattened to surface normal. Let me try that. Actually, that might work. But first I need to put back in the check that was here a second ago. This. That we removed thinking we didn't need it, and now it might actually need it. Hold on, this. If overturn does not have some value, then using direction.use equals try using player dot player.body.forward is how this is, right? Or did I not actually have... Hold on. Don't I have an actual reference to the players in this group specifically that isn't that? Or am I mistaken? I know I used player.forward in here somewhere. Hold on. Where? Desired forward. Am I crazy? Really? No, I guess it's mostly the camera that uses it. That's what I'm thinking of, I guess. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So do this. That'll have that. This check shouldn't necessarily need to be there, but I guess we'll keep it there. It's fine. Now let's see if that fixed my problem. That'll also make sure that we're actually facing the right way out of the cannon. We won't just turn, like, we won't go out of the cannon this way and then somehow spin around this way. We'll actually stay facing that way. Yeah, okay, that, I guess, is good. So I don't press anything. Hey, look, we're facing the right way. Good. Cool. I don't know how it looked like. It was, like, temporarily fixed and then it wasn't a couple seconds ago, but oh well, I suppose. Cool. That's that. So other than the camera, the player part of the cannon seems to be pretty good. Nice and neat and cool and all that stuff. Okay. So with that, now we move on to the camera part of it. Oh, okay. Well, I still have to polish it up a lot for the player, obviously. Mainly the, like, getting in the camera part. How right now we just kind of teleport in it, which is fine at this stage. But it'll be nice when it has nice, fancy animation stuff. Okay, so camera. I think I have an idea for how I want this to behave. Or more like how it used to behave on the old player stuff that is now not functional. I think I know how I can kind of get it back close enough to that in a way that's totally going to work. We set the player to being in this cannon state. So now all the way out here. So we do all this stuff if the camera's on the surface. And we do all this stuff if the camera's in midair. Actually, before I do anything, I'm curious what happens if I do this. Actually, so what I want to do is going to mimic a lot of the ground code. And I was going to have it be its whole own different if statement. But I might actually do this a bit differently. And instead have this, have these be combined, but then have like one if statement in here being like, oh, if we're in the cannon state, do a little bit different. If I can do that. So we set camera's position. Oh wait, no, we turn the player around. Well, what I essentially want to do is have the cannon stuff follow the player as if the player is on flat ground looking like universally up. So the part that goes against that, let me find that real quick. Okay, equals surface normal times that. Surface normal, when we're in midair, I think returns vector 3 dot up. It just returns universal up. So this actually already might be in my favor. Actually, you know what? Let me just, before I change anything, just see what this does. I will also, will I have full, I won't have full mouse movement, right? That's a separate thing I said I might need to. I keep instantly going to play mode and pressing my auto win button from back when we were testing the like level end thing. I don't need to be doing that. Oh well. Okay, not ideal, not exactly ideal, but okay. That's not, interesting. So, let me temporarily try a thing that's gonna just, will help with this. If I, down here where these get used, as a temporary thing, let me just go, if we're in the cannon state, stomp out the mouse movement stuff here and here. Temporarily, ideally, I think I want full mouse turning around camera in midair, I think. Or just having it face where you're going, oh. Oh, right. It's like, oh, it's facing the opposite way, and then it flips in midair. I understand why it's doing that. So that's thing number one to fix is, basically, when we're in the cannon state, ignore the rotation of the player completely. Other than, like, maybe, like, the direction that the cannon is going or something. I want to see if I can get away with using this in here rather than making its whole own state. If I can have it copy a lot of this, that'd be great. So, I guess one thing at a time. If we're, oh, this has this check here, right? If we're on surface or if we're in the cannon state, then, and then else if. What do we need? We need, this thing. I want it to just be, Actually, just this without anything else. Yeah, don't add anything, I think. Maybe even subtract a little bit. Let's just use it point blank. So actually do nothing, which means I'm going to rearrange this if statement because that's not how that should be, but just temporarily, we'll just do that real quick. But that's not the only issue. Let me go through the rest of it. So that should get the starting camera thing where it should be. So smoothly go through that spot. Yeah. Player, turn them out. This just affects the horizontal angle, so we don't care about that right now. And this amount to turn, we also don't care about that right now. Even if we disable movement input, this is gonna be spitting out 0 anyway. Camera direction. So, okay, I'm gonna temporarily do the same thing here to decide, like, if we're in the cannon, what should this do instead? Camera direction, project on plane, plane forward to smooth ground normal. So, if we're in this cannon state, I want this to just be vector 3. Whoa. Vector 3 dot up, I believe, because that will, yeah, be facing universal up as I want. And you ignore the player forward. Yep, okay. And then this is the thing I just messed with. That's just temporarily turning off, like, all the camera stuff, which affects this. So this won't get turned. This turns based on player.right. I mean, right now, temporarily, while this is 0, this won't do anything. So I'll ignore it for now. Zooming the camera, I think, can behave as normal. Turning it to look at where it's facing. This will kind of go unused, that kind of go unused. Okay. So the starting point, let's see if this does what I want it to do. Oh. Wait. Oh, really? What was that? Okay. Why is that the angle that's starting with? Because I 180 the player around, yeah. Well, but no, but like... What? Why there? Why are you doing that when you have these being zeroed out? Because I did that on purpose. Why are you... So, you know, 0 should be, like, flat. And, like... Again, I ask... Why that angle? Why is that the angle that's making that tab? Let's look at this again. So get the players just the position. Do nothing. Eagles can, then I'll do that stuff. Smoothly go to that spot. Yeah, makes sense. All seems good. This should do nothing, as I've said. As I think it is. Maybe it actually is doing stuff that I'm not thinking that it is. That's a turn. Wait, there is no X input. So this should be 0. 0. Minus equals 0 times a bunch of stuff. So that shouldn't affect that. And this isn't being used anyway. Supposedly. Negative vector theta up. That's the problem. It would be positive vector theta up. Okay. Well, it's part of the problem. Maybe not the entirety of the problem, but it's part of it. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow that's worse. Oh no. What? What's turning it down is what I'm not sure of. Why are you in the ground like that? I just want you to be like almost pretending that the player is facing upwards and then what is camera that this starts at? Oh, I'm a fool. Sorry, I read this wrong. This threw me off. This is the what the camera is starting at. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, and then it's the +10 here that's doing that. Okay, I understand. Putting in a -10 here as a temporary thing so it gets zeroed out there. And it's being affected by here, right? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So this should be For now, vector forward. Eventually, maybe some passed-in thing that's somehow, like, the way that the cannon was facing. But for now, this will work as a temporary thing. There we go, kind of. It's gonna be tricky is having it go smoothly between ground and cannon. But we'll get there. Okay, so now it's facing there, and then wah. That is a little better. Just a little. So next, next what? Okay, so I guess, well, one thing I have to clean up this. If we're not in this, then go in here and then make this go, yeah. That cleans up that a little bit better. This actually is using that, sure. I should bring back these doing stuff, but the fact that this is trying to turn based on, you know, angles that I don't want them to turn on, and then they're gonna be affected by this stuff up here. How do I want that to happen? Do I want when you're flying through the air, like turning towards that direction like the mid-air code does? Maybe. Actually, now that if I start to get into that, I think it's going to change more significantly, that I'm starting to see more, it being more possible that I do just want to make the cannon code its own separate if statement thing. I don't know, see if I can avoid that. Ooh. No, you know what? Actually, no, I see rationale that actually, no, that would actually be a better in the long term, and I'll explain why in a second. Else if. So this was good as a starting point. We are actually going to separate it into its own thing. I was just saying, like, smoothly going in and out of the cannon code is going to be a problem. The ground to air code has this whole slider thing, and I didn't want to add, like, another dimension of this slider to, like, handle this. Would have been not good. But I think I can avoid that, because we're only ever going to go from being on the ground to interacting with the cannon to going in the cannon. We're not going to be, I think, interacting with this cannon in midair. As the player. So this is the surface step. Hold on, let me start by copying this and then changing it significantly to down here. I'm going to add a bunch of enters just so I can see what I want to be messing with more clearly. So now, if, assuming this is in the cannon code stuff, that means this, if it equals cannon, don't do any of this, so get rid of that. If it equals cannon, do this. It does equal cannon, so we're gonna do this, just purely that, and I'm gonna get rid of this. This is a temporary thing, I'm keeping it there. Actually, I'll do this, but temporary thing. And now, up here, I can get rid of put it back to how it was about a moment ago. What was good as just a starting experimental thing. Oh, did I get rid of, oh, that would have been bad. Huh. Put that back to that, okay. We're on surface, the blah, 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 do things. Okay. Technically, now that I think about it, well, as well, this on surface check might not need to be there in the way it was before, but we're going to leave it there for now. I think it's a symptom of when the mid-air and ground code were combined. So what I want to do now is do these calculations, and then down here, instead of setting ground air camera position, change this to air camera position, and, or what are you actually called? So the variable that I have here, mid-air camera position. Yeah. Is it mid-air camera rotation? Yep. Mid-air camera rotation. Wait, mid-air camera position, mid-air camera rotation there, and then have this go up to 1, just like the air code does. So the consequence of this, if we pretend cannon is kind of being in mid-air, but if I pretend that it just flat out is mid-air stuff, and we're gonna go from air to ground, then the like smoothing that happens going from the ground camera to air camera will just also happen going from the ground camera to this like cannon camera that's sort of overriding the mid-air camera, kind of. Conditional mid-air stuff. In a way. So hopefully that'll fix that smoothing problem for free. until I have a situation where I need to go from being on the ground to being midair, which if we continue to have more and more states that I need to like smoothly transition between, I might need to make a better, more robust solution than just having a bunch of these sliders type things. But we'll see. We'll worry about that when we get there. Like if I have some more generic way of going from one camera state to another at a certain linear speed, we'll see. Like one generic slider that 0 is the previous state and 1 is the state it's trying to get to, and then it just uses that, and then I can set what those mean. That'd be a hypothetical way of doing that. I don't think I need to do that right here, right now. So anyways, now that this is doing this, now we can do more. So first, more to do what we want with facing the right way, having the right mouse step. But first, I want to see it should, in theory, currently behave how it was before, except slightly more smooth going in it and coming out of it. Look at that. Perfect. Beautiful. It's not perfect. It's getting there, but it's not snappy. So that's good. The next thing to do would be, it's like right now this is turning that way. It shouldn't do that. It should turn. Well, do I want it to turn, I mean, perfectly where this is going? The kind of like flying on a bit of an angle kind of can look cool. Or even flying like against the camera. Like I don't know. Well, I mean, to some degree, you maybe want to see like where you're going to know what you're going into, but yeah. Also, now that we're in here, I can more of the other stuff that is based on player directions, I can just change more directly, so that's good. In terms of like facing the direction that we're going, I was thinking that maybe I use some of the midair code for this, but I don't want to face perfectly the player's velocity. Also, the midair code can kind of assume that the player is moving. With the cannon, we're going to do that turning, but then we're like stopped for a bit. Even at that state, I want to turn towards it, I think. Unless I only do the turning afterwards, but... No, I think while we're in the cannon before it fires, I think I want it to turn. Actually, I allow full camera mouse movement, and you can turn whichever way, but it's all just like relative to, you know, up. You know, if I tried to get away with getting rid of those, but then every reference to them that has stuff based on, well, like this part is based on input, right? This is, if we press input, it does stuff. We know there's gonna be no input, so in theory, I can get rid of this. Yeah. Camera direction, blah, 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 blah. Flatten camera direction, that's a thing. Where does this get used? I think this gets calculated so that the player can use something with it. Essentially, this is just what I want to use, even here. I think this variable is used by special stuff with the player, so I don't want to mess with it in terms of... or do I? I don't know. We're gonna... Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, so... Horizontally. Oh no, flatten camera direction. Right, no, this was, yeah, stuff of like turning it. If there hypothetically was no vertical angle, just what that would be to then go, yeah. Okay. Yes. Which actually, don't I just want to check something. Do I, yeah, right, I do horizontal there and then vertical, which, does that matter here? No, I have reason of why I do vertical and then horizontal, I think. Whatever, it's fine. Yes, anyway, so vertical. So this is going off of player.right. This is incorrect, I think. Is it? Or should it, what should this be then instead? Well, actually, if I do this based on vector theta.right, only if I do it first, then it starts, well, or starting based on whatever the perpendicular thing to this is, which right now is vector theta forward. The right of that go up and then around. So for this, that would work technically, but not as soon as I turn the camera. Because yeah, this should not be vector theta forward. It should be like the direction that the camera wants to, the cannon wants to face, which, I mean, or it could be a negative player dot up, but like flattened. Because that would, yeah, face it for the most part. Might just have problems though. Especially if we have like a really long camera thing where then by the end of it we're going basically straight down. That could have issues. And it's something that would be as soon as like we get in the cannon, like it's gonna be unchanging. Sort of. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So somehow maybe the cannon can pass that information. But how? How would I want to do that in a way that's just easy, not a pain? Maybe something like camera player follow dot a function I'm going to make that's something like pass cannon info. I'll be generic and call it info, and then this could pass for now just its direction. Oh, not that. No, blah. And it's going to pass in like what would that need to be? Like, I mean, cannon pivot dot forward. No, because it starts facing like forward. It turns into where it needs to go. Where does it go? The turning align cannon. Where do you go? What's your end position? A thing that you calculate afterwards. Okay, we're just gonna temporarily do this. Just pass that in temporarily. It's fine. Pass cannon info. Okay, let's go make such a function. Something like down here, some kind of like public static void pass cannon info, taking in vector3 cannon direction, and I'll move this to the top. But what I essentially just want to do is just have some variables here. Public vector3 cannon direction. Like, I don't know, new cannon direction. And this can just start having some value of equals vector3.forward. So then if I just set this to this, and why did I give you a capital? No. Okay. What's your problem? Instance. Bah. That's with it being a static function and all that. So we'll see if I need other information, but just to start, just having that and having that be set there, now this can just use it here. I mean, technically then I would need the right direction of it to like pivot sort of upwards. We'll temporarily go pivot camera direction right. Let's start equaling this. I don't need, if we're assuming the cannon's on flat ground, I think I can. I'm just gonna calculate that directly. I mean, I either calculate it here or I calculate it on the cannon. So instance dot cannon direction right is gonna equal cross product between the direction and vector3 dot up. And yeah, you have a problem with that? No, this. Well, I'll just put in this. It's fine. Same thing. I think that'll work. It might need to be negative of that. I don't know if it's going to cross the right way. Or the order that you pass these, that affects the way the cross product goes. I forget which way that goes. So, like, the new cannon direction being forward and then up. I think right then would go it that way, which is incorrect. I think, if I have that right, it needs to be this way around. Either it's going to be correct or it's going to be perfectly wrong. And then I'll just need to, like, negative it. Or like, swap them back. Okay, so using that information, we put this in here. Instead of vector3 dot right, we're gonna use the cannon direction right. Yeah. Other places I need to, I guess all of this, which I don't know if this is gonna even be used, other than this repeat bit. It's based on how the player has turned. Yeah. Okay, real quick, I can just, the cannon direction is the replacement for forward. Actually, will it? And the cannon's gonna turn. Yeah, I should be fine to get away with that. Let's grind it up. Let's grind it up. I mean, all of these, in theory, I should be replacing with, what if the camera's on a slight slope? That's probably fine. Vector 3 dot up. Oops. And this, vector 3 dot up. And this, vector 3 dot up. Yep. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. And then any others around here? Any other places where I try to use any player dot up or vector dot up or anything like that? I'm not sure. Not that I see. Alright, we're just gonna see if this works, I guess. I'm gonna guess that I'm missing something that's gonna cause me some issues, but to start, yeah. Alright, something looked a little off there. I don't know if you could tell, but something was behaving a little strangely. Oh no. Alright, so in terms of testing things, what would have... We're gonna start by just... I don't know if the problem was because of this angle stuff. We're gonna start with just... going back to not using them. Just to narrow down if it's this part that's the issue. Okay. And 0 and -10 is how to make them both 0. Is that still? Oh, no. Oh. It actually was them. That's good and bad. I mean, good that we found quickly which of these it was. I'm gonna start by, I guess we'll look at these one at a time. Start with just getting horizontal angle to, actually no, because we do calculations to it there, I'm gonna start with vertical angle, getting that to work properly. See if we're actually turning on the right axis. I think we were? Yeah, the fact that it stayed, like, down, I think that was correct. Yeah, so that seemed good. And then just to test it in isolation, that I want to test just the horizontal angle on its own, which then my guess is that something with this is going to be the issue. Let's find out. Yes. Why? Why do you think that that is? Oh wait, sorry, did I do this wrong? Hold on. Protect on plane, last player facing direction. Okay. Oh, because then these don't match. Okay, there was a player dot forward that I didn't swap out. That technically I now want it to just be cannon direction. Those had a mismatch, and thus that's a problem. Oh hi, hello, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are making a game that I've been working on for a while called The Handyman with a Unicycle. That almost kind of worked. Right now, recently we completely rebuilt the player from the ground up, and now we're making it functional with a lot of old game mechanics. So we got this test level, just a bunch of individual things just along. We have another whole test scene. It's kind of a skate park kind of thing with lots of like slopes and loop-de-loops and all that kind of stuff. And we're working towards building our first real level that's going to combine everything with all the movement and the game mechanics and whatnot. Currently, we have these cannons you can get shot out of, and we're fixing some bugs with that. Mostly with how the camera is supposed to be turning towards that. Which it isn't, but it's actually close to like... Right, it's facing the same direction, which that's almost what I want, but not quite. Yeah, I want it to more... Okay, so that is correct. I can bring back the -10 there. In that it's facing the way that it was facing before, which I think makes sense based on how I have that player turnabout thing. So now I want to take this and instead have it redirect being behind the cannon. Now, how would I do that? So, it's gonna be up to this player turnabout thing. I'm curious though, actually, if I don't adjust this at all, just take that out. I just want to see what this is gonna do. I'm curious. Okay. Yeah, is that gonna? No, actually, wait. That didn't do. I thought that would do more. I'll be honest. I didn't think that would. That might have. What? Actually, why did that not do anything? This bit doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, there's a weird issue where... Actually, okay, I just want to see some numbers on the actual player here. They're going to help me debug what's actually going on and what's actually happening being different than what I think is happening. We jump over to the player, and then down here. Where is... Not there, sorry, on the camera. This vertical angle, horizontal angle. If Yeah, I always mess around with stuff with this number. So right now, before I get in the cannon, if I'm facing this way, it is, yeah, 0 is represented as the player's back. If right now it's like -107. If I pause the frame that I get in the cannon, oh, yeah. Oh, I said, I wasn't close enough. Whatever. Now it's, I turned a bit as I was getting into, but whatever. It's -76. If I change this to 0, 0 should be behind the player? No, why is that 0? And then what, 90 degrees is going to be that way? Okay. -90 is then going to be, like, perfect behind the cannon? But, well, perfect in a straight line along Unity axis stuff. Okay, that's a bit that's not behaving how I thought it should be. Unless I'm just mistaken. So, horizontal angle, repeat that, yeah. Camera direction is, yeah, camera... Oh, it's a smooth ground normal that I might need to change? I mean, this shouldn't matter now. Like, this should, be able to be swapped out for smooth ground normal when we're on flat ground is going to be vector theta up. So I'll make those swaps because that's how I want to, yeah, have this be. Do that, and then this, which then like makes these equal, but there's a, for other player stuff, there's a reason why they're separated as they currently are. Okay, so smooth ground normal there. I see another one. That should be fine. Any others that I'm just missing? Okay. So, what I don't understand is why when we're in the cannon, then 0 should represent the way that the cannon is going based on how I set this up. Unless cannon direction isn't changing properly. But it looked like it was in terms of how the camera isn't freaking out when we're flying through the air. Down here, turn based on the vertical angle, based on cannon direction right, and then turn us horizontally based on negative vector theta up. If this is 0, then it should start facing the back of the cannon and then go up. Am I passing in the right stuff? Oh, I have something that I didn't... Oh, did I... Wait, did I not save... I thought I had unsaved code. It's possible maybe I didn't save that, and then it was using incorrect stuff. Okay, let me just test it again and see what's going on. When it decides to load. When it decides to load. Sometime today. Why today this stream is having more, like, just technical issues of Unity taking a long time to do things? Oh! Ha! Ha! Alright, well, that seemed a little bit off. Oh, because it's not normalized. Does that... Oh, it does matter. Huh. Interesting. That's fun. So, this should be normalized. At least we know that the smoothing works if it needs to go from... If it needs to jump really far away. That happened, and it worked, I guess. Alright, let's try that again. Haha. Kind of. Okay. So, okay, so that did... It worked kind of. If I'm facing this way, then... No, wait, what? Oh, wait, that also... If I'm facing the player's back as we get in the cannon, then it should go behind the cannon based on my understanding. Okay, yeah. It is relative to us. Technically, so a thing just to be cleaned up, but I understand, I guess, now why it's working the way it is. Our angle right now, like relative to the back of the player, when we interact with the cannon, and then becomes treat the back of the cannon, our angle based on that is the way that we face. So if I'm facing... The player's facing the camera, it's gonna, and then I get in the cannon, it's gonna basically be, yeah, towards it, which isn't quite what we want, but I understand that that's why it's behaving the way that it is, which is half the battle, I guess. Okay, do that. I kind of want to... So do I want to just hear... Yeah, I think there I then want to only a single time reset these. Or just reset the horizontal angle, we'll say. Oh, you don't like that. Let me just try this and see if it works. And then the vertical one, not to 0. A good default that's like... Actually, no, it's good default is 0, because then it's 10 degrees. I think that's hopefully going to be fine. But then I think I want to allow regular camera mouse input while we're flying through the air. I think I do. I'm not sure though. I'm not exactly sure. So here, flying through the air, then we launch over there. Okay, like cool, good. Yeah, that is technically working the way we want. But it's kind of nice to be able to, I think, yeah, be looking around while we're flying in midair. Maybe I like, until the cannon, what I could do is, while the cannon is doing that, like, turning and leaning into place, it kind of turns off mouse input and forces the camera to turn around to the back. And then once it fires, then it enables mouse input or something. So while flying through the air, you can turn freely. But we start with you be like, this is the way you should be looking. But if you want to turn around, then don't let me stop you. Maybe something like that. So input manager. The issue with that is we run across something that I did not expect to do. Actually, I might be able to do it in a way that might be a bit funky, but might just barely work. Not cause me too many issues. Is that right now this move controls thing I have in my input manager, I lumped together like movement, you know, WSD, left control stick, all that, and like camera controls, right stick, mouse. They're lumped together because I didn't think I thought I'd always be disabling both at the same time. I'm now in a case where we don't want to be able to move in midair or like in the cannon stuff, but I want to be able to have camera movement. Although the way I might be able to get around this in an easy way without having to make a whole new category thing with that is that when we're flying through the air, we're not running the player like ground, like the normal, you know, code that would be accepting player input. And I don't think we will be. I'm gonna hope that that won't change. But right now, if we're in the cannon state, we're not running this stuff. So I might be able to get away with, at this point in the cannon. So we go disable player, and then, let's say I do wait for the launch, and then I go, actually, how about, we'll wait this like 0.2 seconds to start the lining things up. Let me try at, wait, well, where is, right here. I just want to see what happens if I do it a little bit early. Player dot, oh, I can't immediately easily grab that. So enable player is, do I want to, set up a new thing for that? Enable player does all this stuff, which would I want? Actually, huh. If we're flying through air in one of these cannons and we get hit in midair, I don't know how that should behave. If we fall out of the map while in the cannon and somehow don't exit the cannon state properly. So like this version of these cannons is meant to be like a mini cutscene thing. So like you're supposed to be like invincible and all that, like during all that, I think. I could have, what would be kind of interesting is, even though it is just an arc, you can see like, oh, there's like a big swinging hammer type thing or something like that, or some projectiles that are going perfectly in the path. So you have to like time interacting with the cannon to get into it and then get fired out of it so that you, you know, don't get hit. If you get hit in midair, then maybe even if you're in the cannon state, then you just drop immediately. That could be kind of interesting. And saying that, and this would make some things easier, I'm going to see if I can get away with just, just calling enable player. I just worry that this could cause other issues. So we do just the normal enable player that does not enable physics. And then down there we do enable player again. That's not ideal, but it's not the worst thing in the world. As long as, well, let's see if this works. So it should whip around the camera, but then I should get, oh wait, what? Wait, that didn't even give me camera input. What? Wait, I thought very much that would do that. Why didn't it? Should enable player input. So player input might have been enabled, but it might not have, is the current camera stuff accepting it? Where do I get camera input in the first place? Where does that actually happen? In the normal on-surface stuff. It's not all this. Oh, that happens in update over here. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So have this be like, if we're on this, if in surface mode or cannon, then attempt to get camera input, but then while it's temporarily turned off, it'll be nothing, and then it'll get it again. Okay. Right, I forgot that those were separated. Fair enough. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, woo! All right, that's looking like it should. I like that it turns around, but then you can freely kind of override it. I like that happening, so that, yeah, you're looking the way we want it. So now if I'm wiggling around a bunch as we're, oh wait, I'm sorry, is it getting it immediate? Oh no, because, no, I know, well, right, so it's 0.2 seconds that it's actually being turned off, to my understanding. So, how do I want to handle that? I might actually try just enabling after. I said I was gonna not do that, but we might do it anyway. Okay. Wait, no, wait, that just means that part's not working. What? Wait, whoa, what? Wait, what? I ask again. What? Wait, if I turn you off and I don't do that there at all, camera nose input should be getting turned off. What do you call that? Excuse me? Oh, I have an idea. Oh, I'm a fool. I see the problem. So I very much heavily assumed that, so when you go to get certain buttons based on my current Interact Manager, thing, like using Unity's Interact system thing, if, like, so I go like interact controls dot interact or menu controls dot upright. If you disable this, like disable these in different places, then these will just return false. It will return like, nope, these aren't being pressed, even if they are. And I think that would be true with controller input. I think that's what I was testing before. Mouse input is the one thing that doesn't go through that system. So, yeah, whoops. I need to do that differently. So I'm actually just gonna, this is gonna be the one thing that if move controls, enabled is not enabled, then just return. We have to return something. Return vector 2.0. Yeah, okay. So then that should do what I want. So then I might now also be fine to get away with having it be back over here. Having the few frames of disabled camera as it swoops around, and then, yeah, then you get moving again. Which, yeah, well, it might need to be longer. Unsure. I mean, you're not usually going to be like doing that, I think. But like, well, I might be turning around, like, whoa. Yeah, I might actually, yeah, put it after the wait time, I think. Nah, put it there. Perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, only at the launch, I think. Like, again, it's a kind of a rare scenario, but yeah, for the most part want, and then I can see it through controller. Yeah. Or because you can just move the mouse faster, it can be more of a sudden thing of then suddenly being able to move. With the controller, it's a little bit, if I'm holding right, it's more fine. But, yeah, this. Woo. The only thing I'm unsure of is if I want, like, do I want it to be head-on? Like, to some degree, it's cool and all. But I'm almost wondering if, like, you know, seeing it on a bit of an angle might look visually cooler. So if I hypothetically went, have this thing at like 30, might like just be 10, but let me just try 30 for the moment, and then do this. Then it's more yeah, okay, that I like a lot better. Okay, good. That yeah, I think that's the win there. I like seeing the arc more from the side. Gameplay-wise, I don't know if that's going to cause any issues of, like, I don't know, not being able to see where it's going or whatever. I could have it, like, the further away the target is, somehow that scales the angle. If it's, like, a really short distance, then it's basically just, like a 90 degrees or something. But, no, yeah, that I like. Okay, good. That makes me like the cannon more. Cool. Awesome. Well, that is, yeah, we're basically kind of back to having a working cannon. Yeah. Woo! Huzzah! Also, I mean, the fact that it's always this side, I don't know, but I want to, like, randomly, like, make it, you know, -10 sometimes. Surely there's... I have no reason to... Or -30. Nah, it's fine. Have it be the clockwise version. That's fine. I mean, I could have each individual cannon have its own, like, value that's set based on what I would prefer that cannon do, but that seems like overkill. I don't need to do that to that degree. Anyway, yeah, that was working well enough. Cool. So, yeah, that's that cannon, like, working. I'm gonna cross that off as another thing that is working. Technically, like, well, if I want to, like, split up the individual things that we fixed, there's, like, a couple, but yeah, just one, just camera fixed, cannon good. Neato. Now this is a kind of a cannon in disguise with our end level thing. I don't think this is going to be immediately working, but let's just see how well it is. And that is not at all, which should just be a matter of, like, putting some stuff in there that we did on the cannon code, seeing what we can, like, combine under unified code, and yeah, seeing how it works. This, though, oh, even the line, yeah, because it comes out the top, like, which is necessary with how it is now, yeah, it's necessary based on just where it needs to be where the wheel is. But now we have that, and that cannon's also working. Cool. Cool. If I go, oh, I just realized that, right, it's a small thing, but because I moved the player spawn, this automatically it goes to where the player spawn is. It is slightly further down, which is making that a little bit steeper than it was before. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so I'll just to test this more. So yeah, just woo and plop. Yeah, cool. I do see that the camera, it smoothly goes from the air to the ground one, but actually maybe I have it be, well, actually, okay, a bit of an unfortunate thing is that if I wanted to more quickly go from the ground, or from if I wanted it to more quickly go between the midair cannon mode that it was in to the ground camera, that would be this number here, but this is also used by just going from the normal midair camera to on the ground. So if I make this a lot higher temporarily, it might make that cannon look better, but it'll make midair stuff worse, and that's gonna be harder, a lot harder to separate. They're technically doable, but I don't think worth my time to separate at the moment. But let me just see what happens. So will it kind of, wait, sorry? Did I just say something that was entirely very incorrect? Why was that still so slow? Like going from there to, I thought it would kind of instantly whoosh down, to my understanding. Did I change the right code? Oh, I changed the wrong code. It's that would do it. It was this one. Fair enough. Which at some point I gotta make those actually like variables. I'll get to it at some point. Okay, bam. No, this should like snap down. Yes, which in that is almost maybe a bit too fast. But then if I go off a ramp, just gain some speed, and then yeah, it's gonna. Well, it's not as noticeable there, but going on ground, it's gonna snap a lot more in a way that I don't think that I want. Well, let's mess around. Maybe I'll find myself to be very wrong. Oh, nope. Okay, I'm trying to go off that ramp at high speeds. Why is no. Controller superior. Hold on, just trying to quickly gain some speed, which ain't great on flat ground because you're supposed to, like, from the whole other environment that exists, you use going downhill and ramps and speed boosts and all that, but on normal flat ground, well, nope, okay. Hold on. I mean, okay, it's not the worst, actually. Maybe. How about this? I could maybe compromise. What was this at a second ago? 1.75? Let's go 2.5 and just see if that can work for both. Might go up to 3. We'll see. This cannon, no, it's fine. Go faster here. Just launch off. No, hey, I was trying to go fast. How dare you? This, I think that might be too fast, but I'm not sure. Unsure. Wow, whoa, perfectly dodged all that stuff. We just very quickly go at this and yeah. Maybe it's fine. Let me see the cannon up here. how that's looking. Woo! Even that, I'd almost say I'd want to speed up a little bit, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine as is. We can revisit it when we're polishing things more, and I might eventually need to, like, give it its own slider stuff. We will see. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that is, the player cannon, both of them. Actually, wait, let me do one more thing. I don't believe I touched any of this code, but let me just make sure that an object going in the cannon works still perfectly fine. It does. Cool. I had, reasonable. I didn't change any of it. It's just down here, so there's a reasonable chance that it was gonna still work. But yeah, cool that it does. I do still have. How much of this is copied? Well, a lot of it's conceptually copied, but on the inside, actually, is maybe a bit more different. Because this, like, has to specifically get stuff about the player and turn them to angles that are different than regular other objects. This, it, like... Well, those two lines are the same of making sure the cannon is properly reset. But then it's... yeah, parents the thing, whatever it is, sets its rotation and position to stuff, makes it, gets its rigid body, which it wouldn't necessarily have beforehand, makes it kinematic, waits the times, the line, I guess this part is technically the same, but can't as easily, like, I could have yield, like, wait until stuff, and then goes into a thing just to have the same amount of waiting, but no. Firing the thing, I guess here is about the same. No, but this rotation is different. No, and this has this flight position. Yeah, this is different. So, like, yeah, it's a bit funky in that there's, like, some things here and there that are copied from this function to the other, but, like, combining them might just make things extra messy. And, like, it looks like... There's not as much copied as it looks like there might be. A lot of it is, like, some of the same ideas, but having to apply it to a random generic, the thing that's in the canon, rather than specifically the player that has just some special different rules and slightly different numbers. So, yeah, I guess we'll leave that part as is. That's probably fine. So, now I want to go to the level end spring. Because this ain't working so good. Because, or like, so the beginning part of it is fine. Once we actually go to launch the player, now this is pretty copied from the canon stuff. Almost. It skips some steps. If I put this over here, so we can see them both together. I was hoping that maybe I'd be able to, like, I might be able to, like, copy some of this stuff, maybe under some, like, static functions. Is this copy point on path the same? Yeah, so this stuff, if it's the same, I could try to make it more of a static thing. Well, the issue is that this, it changes a bunch of... You know, I could pass in, like, a ton of variables, but... Hey! Lerp candle! Candle! Staying hydrated and all that. I'm almost out of water. No. How is Kitty doing? Fantastic. Being adorable as always. She's not around here at the moment. She'd be upstairs probably, but yeah, I earlier today was making trips like downstairs, upstairs, and she kept following along. Not like right behind, but like a couple minutes delayed. Go upstairs, minute or so, she'd be up, go back downstairs, minute or so, she'd be there. It was very adorable. And I'm like, over and over. It was great. Adorable. As always. Okay, so... In terms of stuff to combine, because... So this level end spring, it's... That's it. Basically a glorified cannon. Oh, what if it... Ooh, wait. Can I get it to just... inherit from cannon? That'd be cool. Oh, ooh, that's potentially being clever, because it essentially is a cannon, but doing stuff different. And then I could even have some, like, override functions. Oh, I should have thought about that sooner. This might break. Is this gonna break some of these default variables? Before I save anything, let me just double check the level end spring that we have here. Let me just take a screenshot of its inspector variables that I, changed. Make sure that they stay the same. Just kind of put them over here. Bam, and then bam. You have reference to all those things. Okay. Wow. Okay. But yeah, it's like, oh, combine the code. Yeah, this is a better way of doing it. So make sure that I am doing the correct things. So no target, no angle, no speed. Those are just, they be different. Cool. Are these, why, oh, these are private. Oh, right, because then this won't, no, protected is what I want to use for these now, right? Protected on all of these? I think so. Now, the one thing, the level end spring should only launch the player, so it should not have any ability to launch random objects that happen to touch it. So, gotta make sure that doesn't happen. That's like my, porch cats. They, follow me up and down the stairs when I'm gardening. They just watch. They never offer to help them. And then dogs will help with gardening, digging up your garden, thinking that... No, I don't know. But yeah, adorable. Cool. Yeah, how are your adopted, porch cats doing? Sounds like they're doing well. You had Heat and Sherbert or something along those lines. Do I have that somewhat in the ballpark of correct? Maybe. Okay, is this or maybe it was just Sherb? Something along those lines. Okay, Spring. I don't love this being this. This should, like, I used to think that, like, oh, hey, do this, and it's like less drag and drop references and whatnot, but I think that this is, there's the performance cost of doing that. I think this should just be a public thing that I drag and drop, so I don't have to do that. Is under Ed Little Base Spring, yeah. Actually, then before I go any further, let me just, oh, right, you're not gonna, okay, now you're gonna have errors. Oh no, save you, then we good? Then we good? They're doing well. Sherbert is getting bigger. I did remember. Ha ha. Yeah, cool. He's a growing boy. Cool. Oh no, broken things there. Why? Oh, wait a minute. Well, oh, some of these, the level in Spring doesn't need. What don't you need? You don't have a camera pivot, or a cannon pivot. You don't have a barrel. This doesn't have the same line stuff. Spring, though, you need that. Yeah. So things it doesn't need, I could set back to being, private. Okay, Spring, this guy here. Bam. Oh, you do have a... You have the... It had the stuff of potentially be able to have a line, it just doesn't use it. So I guess I'll let that be there then. No cannon, pivot, no barrel, no start arc. Okay. Cool. Okay, so the things that just now that didn't use was, oh, well, these. Oh, no, those are public. I can't inherit and then, I guess I could just not use them, but, oh, well, yeah, I guess that's what we're gonna do. I mean, technically, these could just be, private, but, like, serialized field. That would be the correct way to do this, right? To go, just to... Yeah, do things the right way. What, do this and then serialize field? Technically, like, most of these should be that. You make it public. You make variables public when other scripts are actually going to be referencing this stuff, which doesn't quite happen here. But let's see if that's going to do what I want. Is that going to mess up all my references on the other things? Oh, no, that's still... Oh, right, because it's inheriting that it's being serialized. Right? Why did I think that would only work one way? Well, that's fine. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could make a custom editor script to, like, customly, not have those be there on level in Spring, but that's fine. That's okay. What I will do... Oh, no, I can't even rearrange. Like, this stuff is all going to show up before that stuff. Oh, well, it's fine. We can work with it. So now that I have it inheriting, now I should be able to... yeah, have this copy less things. So... What doesn't need to be copied? So it has this same static reference thing because there's only one of it, and that's fine, so we'll keep that. Setup spring, that's special stuff that sticks around. Launch setup. This... Oh, wow, it has different inputs, so technically it does technically think that these are different functions, but the point of this was to, you know, have it use the old one. So how much of this can I have stick around? Actually, let's start with the easier thing, is that one, these should be the same. Wow. Oh, I'd have to make, I just realized also, I have to make these protected for them to be used by this, right? Yeah. So we know right now it's inheriting from it, it's not actually using anything from those functions, to my understanding. So this is all gonna be the same. So if I make this protected, and then I should be able to get rid of this, it's exactly the same, just, I'm looking. I'm watching you. Yeah, okay, cool. Drop path should be the same, except actually this doesn't use drop path, but well, it's gonna use the other one, I guess, if it feels like it. Keyed a lot thicker than when I first met her because you get in Fred regularly. That's good, I guess, yeah. At first she was just like a fluffy skeleton, oh no. Oh, cool. Good to hear they are doing well. Nice, nice, nice. So, cannon stages, spring stages, the different name, but these are gonna do very similar things. I noticed this function isn't as long. Now, how is that possible? Oh, because this has all the extra steps of setting up cannon stuff. Yeah, this has like the setup and then the fire. If I split it up here into two functions, I could maybe, you know, still have that. So let's go enumerate, sure, like fire or something, you know, do the launch, and then oh, but then you need to have like the launch end stuff. Ugh. How do I easily do that? Well, before I go any further, just to combine like the parts that are gonna be using the same stuff, to just I see some quick things of how I can do this. Why is stop override here? Oh, that's a special thing that needs to happen. So, yes, because this doesn't do this override business, but this needs to. Is there any scenario where I need to run stop override over here? If the camera was being overridden by something else, and then we happen to interact with the cannon, I don't know. I'm gonna leave that as is for now, I think. Okay, launching the player. Launch setup. Wait, how's launch setup? Oh, that's this. Okay, other than passing in the player, is launch setup the exact same? Will this thing, like, oh, one thing or the other, which is fine. I can just pass in the player, and then it would use, oh, but equals null use. Oh, arc start. Oh, right, that's the thing I just got. Yeah, that was the reference point. Sure. I guess I could have that, but it just being the base of the thing. No, so I can use this function if I pass in player.position. So, sorry, is everything else past that the same? Should be. Looks like it. So get rid of this. But then I gotta pass in the player, otherwise this will error in my face. Yep. That only gets used there? Oh, just player? Oh, you're passing in a transform. Yep. Cool. So that's more cut down. That's good. I don't need to cut down on everything, but just a little bit less here and there is good, I suppose. Mainly just those functions that are just pure doing math. So extend spring. Yeah, it's a unique thing. Wait to swivel player. What does that mean? Wait, so, is that... Oh! Well... Uh-huh. That says something to do with... Oh, okay, so this is a thing where I get to, I think, cheat a little bit. In that, the cannon, the player's on screen all the time. With the level end spring, I think how it's currently set up is, you know, you're in the end screen, the player looking at the camera, and then when you press continue, it launches so fast, the player goes off screen, and then the camera catches up. I think basically as soon as they're off screen, like, they launch still facing the ground, and then they turn around or then I do stuff like reset rotational stuff. I think this is what that has to do with, so I guess I'm going to leave that there untouched. This is a disabled player, then this is the re-enabling player stuff. I'm just going to put that there. Okay, enable player. And we'll go back to this potential fire thing in a second. So that's all of this. Wait, and stop override. Wait. This... Is this part of it? Oh. Why? Wait, why do you... Oh, because, no, because, well, yeah, this was overriding player stuff for the level end thing. So this is unique to that, sure. I can have enable player with this being true and then stop override, and I don't need these things. The issue with that is repeated code. Yeah, okay, we'll do the same treatment here of... Or, no, just here. Yeah, actually, all of that should be the same now that I think about it. So, stop override, passing in the same thing, that's optional, and then passing that in. Disable player should have the same options, hypothetically. I might need them at some point. We'll see. Pass in that stuff, and then go blarg. And blarg. Okay, so I shouldn't need to change any disable player things or override player stuff I have in any other places. But the stop override here, now this can just pass in true, and that's one extra line that's not needed. Okay, good. Well, did that. Where's this? This, okay. So, what next? Just the more I cut these down, like the more similar these are, the more likely I'll be able to, like, yeah, there's definitely repeated code here. Like, the more I'll be able to not have that. Does this not... Wait, do I not rotate the player here? Should I be? I might actually. Yeah, that may be a thing that changes. Okay, so let's now let's go through this kind of top down just to see what's going on. So, spring stages, it doesn't do the initial set of the player or the parenting or the whatever. Gets down to like this, disables the player. Does it need to wait the 0.1? Probably. I'm going to assume that it does. I think having some time between this and the actual launching, I probably does things that are good. The launch setup, that's the same. The staying the spring, this wait to swivel player, that's something. And then we got... where was the camera stuff that I did? This. So this is gonna have the same thing, I guess. And this changing the player state. So disable player, true. Yeah, that cannon pivot is going to be replaced with transformed opposition, I think. And then blah. You know, wait your time. This doesn't need to wait as long though. Doesn't need to do the parenting thing. I enable player when we launch. Disable to then only partially enable, I guess. And I do it before launch setup, but I don't think that matters. We don't have the drop path here. We could, but nah, it's fine. Circle routine, extend spring. It does those things. Okay, then inside here. Then flight time. You calculate point on path. That's there. So we'll just swap I can make that like I should have made a while ago is just that this, because of the helper stuff we've written, like this is now the same thing. Okay, player dot position. I don't know how we'll need to handle the rotational stuff, but we'll see. We'll get back to that in a second. The rest of this is the same. I store this last position. Why? Because it's used in the rotation stuff. Gotcha. I see. And then down here, I don't have this. Oh no, yes I do. It's right there. Okay. I don't have launching equals. I don't need to set launching as true or false. Is that because I think launching is just used that like, oh, we're in the middle of launching something else already, so we can't accidentally try to launch a different thing. But the Level end spring is different because it's going to only launch the player, unlike the other cannons that can launch other things. So that's why that's that way. And then here, when landing, give control back to player. So, yeah, do that. It needs the extra stop override stuff, but that has enable player in it. But that being set to true, like that's the same. And change state back to on surface. Okay. I'll come back to this fire thing, which let me just have it compile. I think, like, those are the same changes that we needed to make. I think that they're there. Hopefully. I don't know if this rotational stuff's gonna cause a problem, but if the camera can be working, then we can more clearly see if the player is doing what it's supposed to. All right, so here we are. Oh, errors immediately. That's lovely. Oh no. Yeah, you weren't supposed to use arc start reference, and you weren't supposed to use whichever thing. Is this from the same thing? I don't know. Okay, well, so let's stop that. That's from the level end spring. You weren't supposed to go in there. Is there something else that causes left setup? If it's equal to null, which it wasn't, it should go here and not even try to use this. What gives? I don't know what the 56. 56. Wait. No. What? Oh, at Canon 56. Whoa. Oh. Wait a minute. Canon 56. Here. Oh, this update stuff. Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, this is getting that. Right. Yes, that makes sense. Can I not do that for a minute? If I go like, I don't know, virtual. How do you? Or no, do I need? If I just have oh, what's your problem? Oh, you were because of that. Okay. Void. Over. Why am I forgetting the formatting in this? It should be easy, but if we go void update, just do your own thing. But this can't run on its own. Oh, it can it? Oh, because it's private. Oh, it. I thought it would yell at me, needing it to be like an override thing. But I guess because it's private, that's different. If it was a public function, maybe that'd be different. But excuse me. Oh wait, the regular cannon? What? Well, oh, it's the regular cannons that had that break. What? Where is it? Arc reference? Oh, I made them private. Oh, whoops. Right, because yes, I had the serialized thing and then I undid that, but I didn't fully undo it. Please tell me I'm not gonna have to reassign those. Yeah, they remembered what they were. Okay, good. That was a goof. Okay, now we're good. I don't go into error. But no, wait, do I still need this though, or was I that being private? Is it gonna actually use that even though it inherits it from it? Let's find out. It does. Okay, so both those things were needed. Fair enough. Just have an empty update that does nothing. That's okay. I mean, I could have some if statement in the other thing, but nah, it's fine. It's all good. Or even just a null check, but oh well, that's okay. Anyways, cool. Did that. So now let's go test the thing. I should move the start thing back over here, but whatever. Yeah. So this still working as intended. If something doesn't work, I feel like it might be the player's rotation, but let's see. Yeah. Or the camera. Oh, where's the camera going? Oh, never mind. No, that's the arc that's supposed to have. I just, yeah, no, that arc makes sense. It just, I thought, yeah, I purposely launched the player like extra high going back to the hub world. That just felt higher than normal though, I think, or maybe I'm mistaken. Let me temporarily see, this is why we have the line, so I can do this stuff and test that it's, actually wait, I think I have the line renderer off to start, and then I might turn it on, or, not sure. Whatever, let's go back to just this. Also, before I forget, just move the player spawn back to the thing. There you go. Okay. In we go. Oh right, you don't set your destination until launch, I guess? Yeah. Or never? What? Wait, I thought you'd do that at least once. Oh, no, because the draw line thing, it's not here. Yep. Okay, draw path. You need to be protected. Where are you? This. Okay. Cool. And then here, and then here. Bam. Oh. Oh no. Was there an infinite while loop that broke some? That shouldn't... It actually just froze. What the heck? Alright, guess we're restarting Unity. That can happen when you have infinite while loops sometimes. Not sometimes. If you have an infinite while loop, that is a thing that happens. Or like infinite recursion or something. But adding draw path should have done that. It's a for loop. Was this not set properly? So is this going like infinite? I suppose it's possible. Weird. Let me just try getting rid of the update thing there. Let do that thing there. If I go into play mode and see it immediately do that again, then we'll know. Wait, but it's gonna try to use the arc reference thing. Well, no, I can just pass in oh, well, okay, just temporarily let me just go transform.position or transform. What's your problem? I've had to take 2 arguments. What? Oh, wait, no, sorry, no, that's not the one. Launch setup needs to take something. That'll make the cannon line slightly inaccurate, but see if going into play mode is going to immediately break things again. Oh, oh, I think it is. Really? Okay, sure. It would be nice if Unity had a better way to, like, detect that an infinite while loop is going on and then, like, stop it. Or, I mean, well, that's the halting problem, right? If you solve that, then that's amazing. It's a computer science problem that's unsolvable that kind of has to do with that, but, like, surely maybe you could detect super common cases. Or, even have a way for me to be like, I definitely see an infinite while loop is going on. Press a button and stop mid-frame. But, oh well. Okay, so if that is happening, the question is why? Just undo that. Even though, let's go back to not drawing the path. It's fine. Actually, well, I mean, no, I would like to. So why is drawing the path? It has to be this flight time. What calculates this flight time? Let's listen to that. What I can do, hypothetically, if I have this here, assuming it is freezing from this and not no while statement there, I should be able to go into play mode and have that breakpoint, and it should stop because of it. Please do that. Or be at some completely different thing. Okay, here. What are you? Oh, wait, you're just 20. That's fine. Oh, line step is 0. That's definitely not good. Oh no, that's why it's not going up at all, and thus it's being all infinite. Why is that being that way? How do you not have any points? What does that again? Is that something I had to set up? Oh, now it's gonna be going infinite. Great. Whoops. Well. Let's try that again. So that's just the line render on the level end spring. I didn't set it up right to have any amount of points. I guess. Something like that. I'll go find out. Okay, you. But I thought that was set up by code or something. What do you have? How many vertices you have? Positions, that's... Well, you have 2. Something... Oh, something's recalculating it and clearing it or something. Oh, Is that because it doesn't have a destination set, and so it's trying to go from itself to itself and be like, I don't need any points to do that? Is that the problem? Destination is... No, destination is randomly over there. You still think that it needs to launch over there. Weird. I don't need to draw the path. I don't want to draw the path in the end thing. I think it's... But I might just actually visualize that things are going the right arc. But it almost is, except for just the rotation. I think the position is fine because it was before. So we don't need this. It's fine. Hold on. I was being public. I backed up too far. Hold on. To there. Just do that. Have this, have its empty update over here that is actually doing stuff. Not running this. This could have some extra if statement or whatever. I mean, okay, technically, I should, I will do the extra step to save me, troubles later. I should go, if, I don't know, line step equals 0, then return. That will stop the infinite while loop, but whatever. If line step is less than or equal to 0, I guess, if it somehow is negative. Yeah, okay. And then take out the drop hat there, that's fine. Okay, so that does that. Back to before issue that we were dealing with. The player isn't turning right, and what was happening with the camera? Yeah. Why? Why is any of that happening? Okay, camera is here. It's going to be lagging behind a little bit, and this is essentially a very, very, very fast cannon. But still, and yet the player's facing just down. Yeah. Actually, before I do anything, I think I get at least the player to behave a little bit better. And getting the player to behave better might get the camera to behave better a little bit. If I just, so I do this wait to swivel player. If I change it to more so copy how the new cannon stuff turns. So with from here, just having this, and then also cares about storing a last position. Okay. And then storing that last position here. Technically, I could store it as soon as it's not being used. I could store it right after here, but yeah, that's fine. Okay. So if I do that, but apparently from my old stuff, this shouldn't be running all the time, or from the few frames of the player being launching, they'll quickly snap around. Like this handled with the cannon, but not so much here. I want the player to launch like off the ground, like for the couple frames here without turning. So instead of this doing any turning at all, I should have this just have some bool. Let me just go bool stop player turn or something equals false. And then like, you know, wait this time. I'll keep this first for now. I don't know if that's needed or not, but whatever. It's maybe fine. Okay. Stop player turn equals false. And actually, well then here, have it be true. And then just have this only do any of this if... Whoa. Not 7, I was holding shift. Apparently I wasn't. Whoa, I got rid of too much. Whoops. This. Wrong area. What's your problem now? I didn't swap these correctly at all. Like that. Okay. If we don't want to stop the player turn, which actually... I should rename this to be whatever the positive thing of this is. Can turn player or something. And this. If we can turn the player, then have it equal true, and then be false here, and then true here. And then actually put this at the top where it should be. And have it actually say private. Wow. Okay. Okay. So, hypothetically, this will wait the 2.25 seconds, not do any turning at all. It'll still calculate the last position, which I think is fine. And then, I don't know if any of this will be necessary, but I'm just going to keep it for the moment, just to see. And we'll see what it does. Okay. Here we go. The line there is still there. I gotta, you know, get rid of it at some point. So, camera's going to still be funky, but when I get back camera movement, can I at least see the player? Yeah, they look like, yeah, it looks like it's turned correctly. That's a start. So, okay, cool. That's a part that seems to be working. Let me just immediately, oh, I saw that. Hold on. I saw that, no, actually, you are, the whole point of that don't turn code was to not turn early. Oh. No, the unicycle's facing down, but the player code that changes it to being in the cannon state is doing that. It only, like, after the 0.25 seconds, then it flips the player around. Right. Okay, so if I want to have that at least behave better, would it be an issue to set player to the cannon state? Not here, but the camera do that, but some, like, only after these seconds. I don't know if it's gonna work. Technically, only at that point do I need to pass that as well. Actually, it'll get the same numbers, but whatever. Yeah. Can't even really see it, but hold on. Let me also just, the level end thing, this should not be here. Let's try that again. Okay, this. I'm trying to pause the frame that, well, whatever. No, you're still turning upside. Wait, why are you still turning upside down? Oh, because if I don't set you to the cannon state, then the normal ground check code is setting you to think that you're in the midair state? Is that what's happening? I think so. How do I handle that one? I don't have a proper, like, you know what I can do? You know what actually might work? Change state to cannon there, but change state. Where did I have the cannon one before? I had it up there. Here, maybe. Try using my currently unused cutscene state. That's kind of stop everything. That should stop it from trying to switch between midair and ground. It'll sort of keep it as it was. It might later cause me issues, but we'll see. Okay. There we go. And then you launch, you're off screen, and in one frame it is going to snap around, but it's off screen, so it's fine. Yeah, it does that. In theory, eventually, you know, there'll be more cleaned up with animation stuff, but yeah, okay, cool. That part is working as I want it to. The time of it might need to change, but we'll see. So, next bit is the camera. Why is the camera doing any of this? So I get, oh, it's gonna be trying to swivel to the side of, well, actually, why is it, shouldn't it be swiveling the exact opposite way? Or it is slowly getting around to there? No, that swiveled way more than it needed to. Oh, right now is it getting in just my mouse input stuff? Oh, trying to get, wait, why did it do a full 360 to get to that? It shouldn't have done that. I have code that's supposed to be, actually code that might not be active in the canon code. No, yeah, you're there. This, that it makes it between negative 180 and positive 180, so it goes the shortest distance. But maybe that's not what the issue is. Yeah, no, if it wasn't trying to turn so much at once, then it wouldn't have done all that, I think. Okay, I need to go just, I guess, see what does the camera... What do you think it's doing? And right now there is no camera code for when we're in the Canon state. The camera should just kind of freeze, which is good actually in this instance. I should write like just put a breakpoint for like pausing when I press that continue button, but whatever, it's fine. Now it's going this way. Why? What I should do... Oh, wait, these don't get reset. Didn't I reset these? Oh, I do there. Oh. Okay. So, reset those earlier? Or something? But no, well, okay. When we're launching through the... let me have a look at, like, what's happening here when we're in the cutscene state, but not even having... Actually, what I should be doing is disabling the camera and re-enabling it. Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do in a couple seconds. But I'm just curious to see. If we're in the cutscene state, none of these are true, so it should skip all this. That's not true. Nor is that. Nor is that. And it should get down here. Camera is not overridden. Oh, it's gonna keep trying to use these. But they shouldn't be getting updated, so it should just be going to what it was before. Unless it's having, like, a single frame of the player going off the ground or some weird thing like that. Huh. Like, yeah, these should just be becoming what they wanted to be before. My understanding. I guess I might be wrong. Not in the Canon, over here, cutscene. So, cutscene, enable player. Oh, this stop override. Oh, that, what is that doing? That's just turning off that. Well, okay. If I do this, and then follow it up by disable camera. To disable camera stop override? No, for now, this is a case where I'll let those be two different things and not try to combine them, I think. Disable camera, and then down here... Actually, frankly, only here, then go and enable camera. That might fix my issues. No, whoop, enable camera and pass Canon info. Yeah. I could potentially have pass camera info also enable camera, but that's also very potentially unnecessary. Okay, will that do what I want? Please. Yeah, and then... Better. Woo! And now we go. And we have full, yeah, mouse control in the air there, which I like. Okay, so it does this. This is what the initial thing I wanted is like, maybe I might shorten the time, but just launching the player, like this being a giant spring of some kind, you get the camera to being on the spring. Okay, why is it trying to do that? With the Canon, it was fine. So, okay, well, I guess with the Canon, it was like doing the swivel while the player, you know, when we did the swivel part of it versus when we allowed camera stuff, there's a difference. I mean, it shouldn't matter if I put this after here. Do it all at the same time should be a thing. But I don't know if I should have another delay on anything. Because enable camera will go just doing the Canon state, but without... No, or hold on. How do I do this on the Canon? What's the order that I do these things? We change the player state to Canon, and at the same time then we pass Canon info. It being after shouldn't matter. Then we wait some time. Well, and then we wait some time and then enable the player. That's a thing. Rather than here, the player is already enabled, and that's going to be messing with mouse input stuff. And I enable the player here. Why do I need to enable the player there again? What is it? Oh, no, this was my way of enabling mouse stuff. if I change that to down here after all this, it all happens together. Maybe even after like a 0.1. There's no longer just wait to swivel player, but just to try things. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, and then ooh. I said ooh. That seems better. It still seems a little bit more, you know, not moving how I want it to. It looked there like it did two distinct motions of like a which might be because of this. Let me try having it down here without the space. Or I could have more of one. Yeah. Oh, what happened there? Oh, if I look up, is that... Oh, no. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. What was that about? Does that have in normal cannons? I don't think so, or not. I'm not sure. What was... How was I able to, like, look down more? Why? Hold on, let me find that out. That's a separate issue of too much camera. The vertical angle being negative 66. How does that lead to an excitation of almost being at 90? It going above 90 is the problem, but how is this vertical angle should essentially just be in this position, should just be the X there. Why is it not? Or actually I think it like adds 10. No, sorry, not onto this, onto... Well, yes, onto those, but then there's supposed to be these restrictions. Cut it down. Are you going 20 higher than you should be? I don't know. Okay, one issue at a time. Let me worry about that in a minute. Go back to just the initial launching, that if I'm not holding most stuff. It does take a while for the player to get in frame. Where are they? There they are. That's because it's a very, very fast cannon. I could try to, like, up the smoothing on the flying through the air when we're in the cannon mode. Because, I mean, so far a lot of my test cannons have just launched the player like a little distance. Most cannons, I think, will launch you far away. That's the point of them. So in here, where does that? Well, there's this, though, that's actually switching into this sort of cannon state. I'm going to up this to 2 a little bit. That's going to help a tiny bit. This is in the cannon state, but more than that. Also, I'm fine to get rid of this bit, I think. Yeah, we're not auto-turning the camera for that stuff, and we're not turning the camera for that stuff. Okay. Because of that, technically this also could just run once in the setup camera stuff. But, oh well, it's fine. So even also these could be very similar. Actually, no, this happening after this, that matters. We add tendons. Why would looking down do? It adds to it, so it should only be like 50. One issue at a time. Sorry. So, where's the bit that does the fast follow? Where is that? It's here. Found it. Okay. That's just this. Let's just do like a ×2 for the moment. So camera follow twice as fast into cannon mode, and see if that's just enough to like keep up better. And we're like closer, right? Because the player's so high up. I guess that's more understandable of why the player being off screen. So if we were just looking higher, then yeah, like it's closer, not as much off screen. So like that I can be more fine with. But still, the transition into it, there's still some funkiness to it that I don't know exactly where that's coming from. So let's have a look at what variables we doing. Not there, over here, main camera. So, Y, oh Y, oh Y, oh Y, oh Y is, oh, play, oh, it's the override stuff. Oh. These are, well, like, they're fighting with each other, kind of, but actually, in a way that's, huh. No, I understand. Okay, that is the camera trying to merge from the ground. Oof. It's trying to sort of like go between 3 points of where the camera would be hypothetically if it was on the ground versus where the camera would be if it was hypothetically in the air, which is being overridden by the cannon stuff, and where it came from, being overridden by this. So let me just, as a test, okay, camera. From here, if I set this to 0, oh, well, yeah, it's going to do that, but, or if I set this to 1. Ooh. Why do you, oh, because you think you're ground code. Huh. If I do that, and then set this to 1. It did it a little bit better, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but the pausing didn't help. So, oh, there's not an easy way for me to do that, though. Because then otherwise it's going to cause probably land. No, it won't. If I... There's no easy way, easy place for me to do this. Where is this slider? Here. No, where are you? I'm looking for... Where are you? Where's this slider? Hold on. It's buried in these public variables somewhere. I'm just not seeing it. Oh, it was at the top. Okay. This guy, if I in end level spring as a temporary thing, just go camera, player follow, dot instance, dot that equals 1 specifically, and do it at like here. I don't like that, but this is a very special case that, like, usually me making all those like functions and stuff are for more generic things that, hey, it could happen again, but here is a weird special case. Okay, that's a bit of an improvement, I suppose. I'm just not sure. Like, it's definitely better now than it was before. If I'm moving the mouse, then yeah, we're getting that mouse movement. I almost want to hold off on mouse movement even more, just longer with that. So mouse movement is this, essentially. So if I hold off, let's go another 0.25 seconds before we enable mouse input. Yeah, and then yeah. Excuse me? 0.25 seconds isn't a lot of time, but is there something that's actually enabling camera input faster than I think it is? Did I leave a stray enable player input around here somewhere? There's this stop override which would do that if it wasn't already done. Just disable player. Huh. Let me make this like a whopping 5 seconds just to confirm that that's not gonna... That, like, then I won't be able to move the mouse while I'm... Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. And then eventually... Yeah. Which I don't want to be a thing, but just, I guess, while we're troubleshooting this, like the other parts. It still looks like there's a bit of a, I don't know, movement that I don't want to happen and don't know why it's happening. I could... No, that'd be harder to, like... For this breed mode, when we launch, having the camera, like, just turn around here and then go up. Kind of like the cannons, but... No, I don't think so. Oh, there's the coming out of, with the field of view. Is that what's doing it? That doesn't happen instant. Like, that happens with some amount of smoothing, but... Could that be... You know, it may do that slower? Okay, so we're at 20. It's not jumping up, right? Like, we have a field of view of 20, and then... It does go to 50 very fast. Maybe I make that slower. Where does that happen? Oh, wait. Before I do anything else, I just realized I completely forgot to make sure that these variables stayed what they were. 75, 1... Okay, wait time. Wait, no. The level end spring doesn't use wait time. Sucks that that's in that, but whatever. Wait time is that, and then swivel smoothing you also don't use. Initial speed from launch 2. Initial speed from gravity 0. Initial speed from 6 -2. And line step. Oh wait, that's a public variable. Oh wait, oh that's why the thing was erroring. I didn't realize that was. I thought that was calculated somewhere. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a public variable. So technically, put that at 1, but so that's why the line wasn't working. Oops. Oh well, that's fine. So why? Okay, like that's fine. Whatever. The smoothing from the field of view. Where does that happen? And does it actually just happen over here now? Where are you? Field of view. There you are. Okay. No, that's on camera. Player follow. Oh, it's using. Oh no, it uses this. Right. Right? Is that correct? Hold on. Here, field of view is not. Yeah, because it's not here anymore. We changed that. Camera. There's the pass. No, not there. Sorry, I need to look over here. Not in level end spring. In what's the other script called that actually manages the rest of the level end stuff? End level trigger that does stuff here, and then this win code. Yeah, this does more camera things. Field of view, start override. Ugh. And then that does this, saying this is what the override field of view should be there. And then stop override just sets that to false, and then it starts going. Where's the field of view part get changed? We change it here. What part sets it back to normal? If not, what? Actually, yeah, wait, what part's putting the field of view back to normal? There's the reset that, like, hard sets it, but something's moving it. And I actually don't know what it is, what's doing that. It's not in here. Oh wait, no, oh, wait, I don't know. Is it like over? Hold on camera, on level end spring. I run stop override, don't I? No, not camera stop override. Yeah, that just hard resets the field of view. Oh, cool. Oh well, right. Because normally I'd. Or no, sorry, no. Wait, I don't know anymore. Camera, is it being changed in 1 frame? It looks like it moves smoothly, and I don't know what's doing that then. I mean, it's doing it very fast. Wait for it to start moving. Yeah, it jumps up real quick. Where is that being set? I don't know. Oh, is it here? Oh. No. This is, if the camera is overridden, this is the thing that's going to be putting up to whatever it needs to be. And this is the one time called reset camera thing. I'm confused. What's doing that? Am I just missing something obvious? Level manager? Oh no, that's the starting the override. Here. Oh. Oh yeah, that's not supposed. This is not needed anymore. Oh, with the part that resets that. Oh yeah. Okay, I understand. I don't think I even need enable camera here because actually it shouldn't be there. That might be messing with other stuff. Unless, yeah, stop override and disable camera and then do stuff and then wait. Yeah, you should be doing less. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, do that. Okay, yeah, okay. So you don't do that. The camera is going to handle resetting its field of view now. Being called by the spring, because the spring wants to do it on a delay. And now it's going to not do it at all. Oh, now it won't do it at all, because now I need to add it to the other place over here. Okay, okay. Track down the mystery thing. It's over here. I want to put this... Like, does it matter where? I don't know. Well... I don't know. Here. This equals da 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 da. Why do you not have this? Oh right, I hard coded this in. This should be like FOV smoothing, and just make it a variable up here. I've been meaning to do that for a while and just been putting it off. I need to like sort all of these at some point. I'll get there. Okay, do that. Whoa. Have you... We'll see if 3 is enough. Sorry, wait, was it actually put... Oh, I had to invert these, right? Go from... Lerp from the field of view to... Instead of this, it's default. Do I have... I just have the default set as 50. Fine, whatever. That might also want to be a variable at some point. Okay. Or a private variable that just on start gets the camera's FOV, so I can still set it in the inspector if I want to. Okay, that seems better. Okay, I think. One thing that might be just a little bit better is this default the angle here. Maybe that does some more special stuff where it's more negative up in the air to start with, and that 30, if it's a lot further, that is more justified to be like 10. Okay, so but yeah, improvement. So also yeah, this doesn't need to be here. So give back camera controls. This ain't what's doing that anymore. Level and spring. Yeah, I guess... I don't even know if this needs... Let me just see without any delay. Is it fine? I think we're probably still going to want some delay, but... I just want to see. So, okay. Actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't need such a thing. I should test... moving the mouse as soon as possible. Yeah, well, no, I would prefer if it had a bit. Doesn't need a lot, just a bit. So a little bit of that turning the direction, and then you could do mouse stuff. Okay. So now what? The part here where I pass Canon info. Yeah, oh, right there, I can just, yeah, set what these should be. Float, Canon, camera, horizontal, angle equals 30, and Canon, that, but with a capital C there, equals 0. Which is technically 0 works good as default because then I like add 10 after. So technically it's 10. What's your problem here? Why didn't you like this? Oh, float. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then put these in here. But then with this, I'm gonna pass in 10 and -20 or something. Look up more, and then the player will be initially more in frame, and that'll be a thing that I want, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Better, I think. And you can immediately, like, change it to be looking down. It does mean if I don't press any buttons, I don't know, just do, like, if I don't press any buttons, does it look weird as we hit the ground? So we're looking up. I don't want the camera to auto, like, turn down, I think. So we land here. I guess maybe I make it negative 10. Because I want, once you're flying through the air, that it's more the camera input that's taken over, or more like your own camera input that's taken over. Yeah, I guess that was more fine. Okay. Yeah, I think. Let me see one more time. What I also should be testing with is having different angles between the hub world and the end level thing. That's going to affect the direction that it's looking in and whether that looks fine or whatever. Okay, so that seems good. That, you know, I'm gonna say that's another thing that is working. Woo! You know, that's two things: the camera while we're in midair and the player in midair. Those are two significant things that booyah. Or midair because of the level entering. I thought this would go faster because I was like, oh, you know, once we're done with the cannon, it's just the camera code. So like, once we're done with the cannon, like this will be easy. Turns out it had lots of like little things along the way that made it not so good. Now, next thing I'm gonna look into is why this is doing that, because it shouldn't be. Why? This is gonna be a player camera follow thing. I guess something that I'm doing in the cannon state. That's not good. Cannon direction right. That's like these directions aren't. Oh, they're not flattened. Oh, so those are off. Oh, I understand. I think. I'm like, oh, the cannon's always gonna be on like flat ground, and then if the direction that I use, they say look in this direction. Oh, yeah. If there's a height difference between the cannon or the end level spring and its destination, that's, yeah, being passed in badly. Okay, so that's gonna be this new cannon direction. It should always be flattened, right? So I'll just flatten it here. So go, I already have some code up here where I flatten stuff, so let me just go steal it. Where's an example of me doing that? Where's an example of me doing that? Project on plane, blah. Okay. Camera code is a lot. I don't know if at some point, like the player, I might separate different parts of this into different code. There's some of it's in different code, but not all of it. Not enough. Okay, project on plane. Whoop. New cannon direction. Projected onto just vector 3 up directly. Okay. Cool. Yes, in theory. Okay, so that I might need to adjust the angle that I'm passing in, but we'll see. So have that do things. Cool. Oh, see, yeah, now it's, yeah, not necessarily looking up as much as I think it should be. Yeah. Unless I want it to have an extra offset that could then correct itself after we land. So now, yeah, up, down, all that's good. Woo, there. Cool. Neat. Awesome. So, so then, okay. So then I would pass in, where is it? Pass can, instead of this being negative 10, this could then be, well, to look up higher, it was off by, like, a roughly like a 30-degree angle or something, so I can make this, like, 40, I think, to be what it was before. Let's go 30. Negative 30, the adding 10 as it does, yeah, it's fine. We got that, and then, well, looking up like this. Problem is then looking up at the ground, and then I don't want to land like this necessarily. I prefer that, like, even without touching the camera, you still kind of land with the camera angle being fine. I think I know how to have it behave that way. The same reason why there's a plus 10 here where there isn't on other stuff. Oh, how long has this been here? Oh, whoops, I meant to get rid of this. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Whoops, okay, good, I saw that, I guess. Here, oh no, oh, that does have a plus 10. Right, so like 0 is a good angle, so when we're flying through the air and it's doing stuff that's essentially making these like 0 relative to things, then when it lands, it has that plus 10 and more fine. So, I don't know if what I said made any sense, but I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna actually put in a minus 20. No. Deciding. Minus... no, minus 10? Or maybe just it flat as it is? Put in a minus 10 there. Is this before or after the clamping? Where do I clamp this? Oh, I clamp it here. Oh, but then that's gonna... That's why I have the minus 10 there. Oh, wait. Actually, isn't that a problem for me? Or maybe this is gonna work as I'm wanting it to. Actually, that's gonna be more annoying to... Actually, hold on. Maybe we do try to make this just work with the plus 10. Thinking how I can easily... just do something quick that's gonna make this work to do what I want it to do. I just want it to, like... and not break the normal cannons. This special end of level cannon spring behaves differently. I also want it to look up in a way that doesn't mess with... Look up extra in a way that doesn't mess with the vertical angle, but also doesn't make it go too far. But I can clamp it extra if I need to. I mean, it feels like a bit of a waste, but let me just try a thing just to see if it's gonna do what I want. If I put this here before I use it, clamp it again, but change this from a plus 10 to a minus, just go a bit extreme, a minus 20, and then have this be what needs to I subtracted 10 on both of those because then I add it. So instead I want to add 20 on both of these, I think. Yeah, these basically should be opposites here. And then down here, the default on the other cannons went from negative 10. So then the default here should be 0. Not on the horizontal. Here, needs to go down negative 30 to behave how it was before. So that being negative 30. And then in here, then I'm passing... Well, 0 here. Wait, is that right? Maybe. Yes. Possibly. Let's find out. Okay. Yeah, this. Do everything that I want you to do. You're looking about up as much up as I want you to think. And then here it should land. And then it did pan down good. Okay, good. Good. I did what I wanted to. The question is it leaning up enough? Actually, before I do anything else, let me just double check that a normal cannon over here is working correctly. So it should face that. Oh, no, it's not. Well, this should be... Oh, no, this should be positive 30 as a default thing if the normal cannon doesn't pass anything in. Or should it be positive 20? Let's find out. So this, yeah. How come... Oh, no, okay, I kind of know why, but also... No. This just needs to be 20 then. We're figuring this out. Numbers that I had set up previously for different things with the ground and mid-air code that I'm trying to just make barely work for this. Yeah, and then whoosh. Wait, why did that lean down so much more? What? Wait. I don't... oh, wait, no. Oh, no, I guess I kind of understand why. Oh, right, that's gonna... The leaning that's happening here. Land. Yeah. Right, I'm not gonna be able to have that easily happen in one or the other. Not easily, because it's a lot of, so much shared code. And, you know, the cannon launching state is the same. Yeah, no, in those other cases, I don't like that lean down. I just wanted from this, it to be looking up, but not keep the looking up, because then when you land, then it's just would be looking up the player if I undo it. It'd land like this. I don't want the landing without touching any mouse inputs necessarily to be this. Yeah, you can correct it immediately. But I wanted the default to be nice. And leaning down specially for that would be harder and more annoying. Oh, no. It's still not like, yeah, it's not ideally how I'd want it to be. Okay, so that plus 20 idea is not actually going to work as great as I thought it would. And maybe the problem is just that it's a lot more extreme than it needs to be if I make it, less. I mean, we went from being -10 to plus 20, right? So it changed off by 30 degrees. Here, hold on, not there. Hold on. That's it. Yeah, the plus 10 there. That became a minus 20 here. So let's go back to just maybe just the 0. So a difference of 10. So then these should. Then I don't need this clamp, I think. Then or do I? If I step, actually, would I? This I didn't even test from the thing before. This might need to have a plus 10. Come back to that. More on the one side of the angle. Anyways, okay, do that, and then down here in this, instead of default being 20, default being just 0. And then this being negative 10 or something. Unsure. Let's see what that does. That's only up a little bit. Then we land, and then it's gonna kind of. By not looking up a lot, then that's fine. I don't know. Am I fine with the player leaving frame for that long? I could increase the follow speed, but like there, it's pretty instant. Going cannon over and over to just decide if I like how it is. That turn down is not as nice as I would prefer. But like I get why it's happening. I thought it would be better. Actually, wait, hold on. This is looking up actually higher than I would like it to be. Well, I just want a bit of that lean down. Yeah, so if you hypothetically aren't pressing camera input, the camera is just going to slowly doing this until you have to correct it. Let me make this default 10 real quick as a test of a thing. And then go back and try normal cannons. That won't affect the level end one. Let's still do that. Maybe I'm fine with it. I mean, like, the ideal thing would be if it was more gradual, but that's not happening easily in any sense. That would be significantly harder with just all the other camera code that's around. Yeah, I think we're gonna let that be a thing. If I'm moving, let me just see if I'm, like, moving and, like, also moving camera stuff, then, like, yeah, you don't notice it. And even if you notice it, it's more like, yeah, just having the camera be better. I could... The speed that we go between... No, or... The speed that we go between the Canon camera and the ground camera, if that was higher, it wouldn't happen. That would be more gradual. But then that has other issues. We just test this one as well. Yeah. That one... I mean, I could have each Canon pass in, like, their own values for that stuff. Like, the Canon up there might... on average, it will want to look down a lot more, hypothetically. Actually, let me ride it again real quick. Yeah. Yeah, because it's not going to be a universal rule as much that, like... Because some cannons are going to be launching you higher than you were, and some cannons are going to be launching you lower than you were, and some cannons are going to be launching you further down. Higher, down... on the same plane. Those are the options in a nutshell. Let me just have this one be looking down more. Is it looking down? Oh yeah, yeah, it kind of is. Okay, and that's like again without any additional input. You can move the mouse, you can move the control stick, you can look down if you want to. You just don't need to. And this one, yes, and then this one's looking down more, which I think I'm fine with. But then the level end thing over here is just a weird one. Yeah. It's not even looking up as high, and it's still doing that bit of a correction. Ugh. Okay, if I take that and I, change the speed that the ground camera goes to the air camera and actually make it... I rose it earlier this stream, but if I made it even less again, back to the 1.5, 1.75 it was at the beginning of the stream. See what that does. But then, like, anytime we go from midair to the ground, that you can look a little bit different. Okay, that's that. Yeah, it's a little bit slower, so it's less. I think it's better. But that, yeah, no, that would happen. I preferred when it was faster. I think. Yeah, keep it faster. Do I just get rid of that bit and just let it do what it's doing? It's such a minor thing. Like, it doesn't affect things that much. But, I mean, having it be polished and stuff is good. Okay, wah. Again, we can, woo. But if I do turn the camera down, the fact that it's then going to try to turn down even more. Oh, I haven't tested in a while that, like, I can't look up or down too high. Yeah, okay. Good. I suppose. It's just, like, yeah, this extra, like, lean down thing isn't something I need on any other Canon except for the end level one, but they're intertwined in a way that's hard to separate them for that particular behavior. But maybe I let it happen. Okay. If it's most commonly, we're gonna be using normal Canons compared to the end level one, I guess. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, we're gonna. Well, actually, what this number is does not matter. Actually, I'm gonna put it back to 10. Yeah, okay, did all that experimenting to then find I wanted to end back where I started, so that's that. Down here in the Canon stuff, get rid of this line entirely, put this back to having a minus 10, was it a minus 10 or a plus 10, whatever it was a plus 10. No, it was... Yeah, no, it's plus 10 there, and then, yeah, okay. Plus 10 there, just back to how it was. And then this being 30 and 10 as defaults. And this passing in 10 and negative 20. Or something like that. Alright. Now this, yeah, and yeah. Woo, and then land. And that's, I guess, fine. And then this is woo, and fall, and there we go. And then the one that was over here. Yeah, it's better with the lean. Also, wait, hold on. Is there a little bit of the turning? Oh, why is that happening? That's a bit of like a weird jittery thing, right? What's that about? That should be very, very instant based on like how the rest of the like leaning for like this turning. It should be using the same thing. What? What? Excuse me? Are you doing it again? Just... Yeah, why is that so... like that and noticeable? Okay. Well, I guess we're done with the end level thing for now. Like, those cannons, I think their values are fine. And something we can readdress later. I might make the camera follow speed maybe a little bit faster. Here, actually, yeah, I'll just, where... Play camera follow. Wow. I could even, if you say it's a public variable that's different from Canon to Canon, if I really wanted to. Okay, this, make it 3 times as fast. Now, 2.5. Yeah, a little bit faster. Okay. Actually, no, I've changed my mind. Just 3. So then, the turning thing. Also, it is 12:39, so I'm probably gonna be out of time pretty shortly. But we did make good progress, I think. Just having our cannons and the rest of the level ending stuff being more functional again. That is good. And just having the extra bits of polish is nice. So align to surface this bit. So why is it doing what it's doing? Why is it being so? So my guess would be that like override turn isn't set, so it should be using player up, body up, forward. Oh. Right. Wait. No, don't I flatten it. So it should use the forward, and then it should be flattening it. Is it being too small? What gives? Whew. Direction not use. This is that stuff, but like the player forward, it's like a normalized thing. It should have good magnitude. And then it should be setting that based on the player surface normal, sure. And then there's no that, and it's not equal to that. Oh wait, I do align the velocity. What's that? Oh no, oh no, sorry, no, this wouldn't be running either. This is if we're not override input and override input has a value. That's not a thing we're doing here. And then if after doing all this, this has a value, which it should, then it turns in that direction. Why is it like doing it in a weird kind of a way? It's weird. Here, let me try to find out with a breakpoint, I guess. I can see what's going on. Okay, over here, I should maybe move the spawn. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, in here, and then be launching. Be a little bit closer. It's cool to be able to actually see it now, not having to go to scene view just to see what's going on. I'll put this up here just to see all of what's happening. I'll probably fine at this point to just go back to looking at one script. Actually, I'm gonna quickly put this over here. Actually, I'm gonna put Unity over here. Yeah, just like I don't have to keep going back and forth. Just advancing for wire. Oh, up here was stuff. Yes, that we don't care about. Going frame by frame. Almost at the ground, and at the ground. 1 frame, 2 frame. We are here now. Okay, so it should be skipping all of those, using that one. Play as forward direction, sure. That's gonna have a value that's looking good. Yeah. And then go into that, set this to something that's did that stuff. That seems good. It shouldn't go to there, and then should go in here, and then yeah, this looks all good to me. And I'm not gonna be able to easily like read this rotation in terms of what it's trying to do, but it like this like 10, like it should be going pretty fast. Surface aligned. Like this has a rotation of, yeah, 0 numbers 0. That's correct. So going into this before this line runs, it has, you know, that numbers that. Okay, and then afterwards, changed a bit. Oh, don't tell me that this is trying to go all the way from 360 down to 0 or something. So it doesn't work that way. And that part got to be 0. It sorted itself out. It's the X that's being weird. It turned a little bit. Excuse me? Oh, because that's it now. Go forward a frame. Yeah. Oh, and now the player thinks it has velocity, so it's using the velocity. And that's pointing down. Oh, no. Square magnitude was 3. Why is you turning and falling slightly giving you that much velocity? Oh, no. Okay, I get what the problem is. it's going like frame of this, frame of this, frame of this, frame of this in a weird way. Ugh. I mean, do I want to just up the threshold if 3, up this to like 5? No, that would do bad things in other places. But just to test real quick, alright, what this is 4. So we just then go for another frame. It's not gonna apply any of this just yet, but just to kind of see. What would you have been this frame before code change? 11? What do you mean 11? Okay, yeah, that. What do you mean 11? If you're moving that fast, then how are you not getting a good forward direction? It's that much purely just straight down. That's why. I mean, do I need to put some special check that if our velocity is pointing just downwards? If our velocity is pointing straight downwards... No, but what if we were on a wall facing down? If, like, the angle between our velocity and the surface that we're on is bad, like, you know, are basically the same, then what? Then what would you do? Then just use player's body forward? That feels like unnecessary, but I guess that would hypothetically work. So, okay, what did I just say? If our velocity is greater than this, and hold on, I should go if statement inside of here, maybe, and that might change in a second. So if we're in here, we have some velocity, then if vector 3 dot angle between our velocity and whoa, not that, velocity between that and this surface normal are, well, I could say is like 180, but let's just say, like, make it negative just for the sake of that. Actually, the dot magnitude, no, dot normalized. No, what? That's not what I was wanting to. That okay. If this is like -1 and this, then they should be very. I don't know if I want to exactly test that they're equal. Actually, I almost kind of do, but let's just go if the angle is less than 0. But one degree apart. That might be too much. We're gonna see. If the angles are very similar, then direction to use should be try using the forward direction. Else, then use this. So I should be able to combine, like, there's a repetition here, so I should be able to like make the ifs better. But in a second, I just want to test this is gonna actually just work in the first place. Okay, go into play mode and compile. Is that right? We're gonna see. The angle that I'm testing with might be bad, but oh, before I do anything, hold on, let me just move the player's spawn over where I actually want it. Over here. Okay. You there. Okay, not pressing anything. Yes, better. There's like a frame or two of it like turning, but that's fine. And in a real level scenario, you'll be like moving immediately, so it should be fine. In a more polished scenario, there'll be more like stuff going on with the animations that it should be fine. Cool, that's better. Awesome. I worry, is this angle like gonna be, is it too much? Let me test here. Like, I basically was wanting to test this very specific scenario. Put a breakpoint. Well, actually, I'm not spitting it out in a variable, so just having this print out like what was the angle. Hey, you print out the angle. Print out. Blah. You know, do it here. I just want to get an idea of what it is. If it is like, I mean, it should be 0. I want to see, is there a little bit of trailing, like 0.01 kind of thing. I want to just see that. Okay. Yes, okay, yeah, and then, woo. Yeah, a bunch of zeros, okay, I mean, yeah, like, that's what I said, but. Hold on, let me just uncollapse you just to make sure there was nothing, straggling there. Okay, nothing, like, at the beginning. Like, this was before, and then all just pure zeros. Okay. So I will, just to go extra smaller, because the larger this is, the more this could cause problems in just normal movement. So I'll go is less than 2.1. Okay, so then if that's going to work, can I now combine, like, surely I can make this just be one. Like, I don't need the inner if else. So otherwise, if velocity is that, and this is not the case, then I guess is greater than, I don't need equals, and that is greater than blah, then use the velocity, otherwise use the forward. That good? That be good? Possibly? Maybe? Cool. In a second? Okay. And yeah, and wah, and yep, still working the same. Perfect, awesome, cool. And I mean, I can do some just general moving around, just make sure everything's still fine. It very much should be. That's not that. No, that's fine. That, like, okay, that looked bad, but it's actually I think more fine than it. So that speed boost thing is like that, like a symptom of old player code and whatnot. This shouldn't be as high as it is. You're 800. What's this one? 1,000. So that's less, but because of going in midair, more of a problem. I think that was more an issue, just like us being facing the side of it while going off to the side, and I was still moving the mouse in a way that I'm gonna hope is fine. Because just normally I don't think we'd have one that's maybe that high. I'd have to do more testing around, like just with these in general, but even that's kind of. So I'm just this one be like one that doesn't launch you off the level. How low does it have to be to not be abysmal, but also still launch you up? Also, these are an every frame thing. That's something I gotta care about, is that, like, there's a bit a conveyor belt-ish in that, like, yeah, every frame you're on it, you're moving faster. Yeah, which I like. It does feel better. But 200? Okay. Go, and then, yeah. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Like, yeah, we won't. I don't even know if there's gonna be any ramps in the first real level. Like, we'll see. Or ramps, yes. Speed boost, maybe. We'll see. There's lots of other sources of gaining speed. Those will be more for, like, very quick, like, lots and lots of speed. But even having, like, a long, slow-moving conveyor belt, like, just, like, going along that, you're picking up a lot of speed, you know, going down, like, that could be a thing. Okay, so, with that is another thing working. Yeah. Technically, it was something that we thought we fixed before, and then broke, and then fixed again, but I don't know. I wrote substantial code, so, like, it's fine. Cool. With all of that working, before I forget, let me move the spawn back to there. Let's take one more crack at that. All these cannon are, like, the other ones are still working just fine. I would potentially like the player was a bit more, you know, in view still, but I'll take what I can get for now. Yeah, it's fine. It's good enough. It's not broken. It's smooth. It's snappy, and, like, you can move the camera all around. I also don't have to make it so you fly that high above the hub world, but I like that that's the case. Eventually, I could make some extra stuff on that and that up there so that the camera more automatically does, like, this and then this, but I didn't want to do that as, like, the default, because I like this angle for, like, it'll look down and around without it doing what the mid-air camera code does, where it forces the camera, like, behind the player. I wanted the freedom to look around, but also, and trying to forcibly be, like, moving the camera around a lot when you're trying to look around with the mouse could be a problem. So if it's, like, more subtle, then, like, that could be maybe be fine. But even like this, so, like, this one going down, just to look down just that little bit more, and then go, would be a thing. But then this, like, start looking up, and then look a bit down more. Even, like, here. Which, like, okay, like, saying that, I could, how I would do that, I'd, be a bit funky. It would require potentially writing more camera functions that mess with the more camera function stuff that can, like, do extra adding to the vertical angle as we're in flight as a temporary thing. Actually, you know, I have an idea just to try something real quick. Every frame that we're in the camera code thing, if I just this plus equals, not 1. I think 1 would be too much, but 0.1f. I just want to see what that's going to do. Oh, actually, well, I should probably time to time. And this is a in fixed update, so times that. So actually, that after having that, go like 1 per second. Then if we're on a very long cannon, then we'll be slowly looking down even more. Huh, that actually might help. And then it'll stick with that. It won't, like, it'll have whatever that is, and then it'll stick with that after we land, because I'm adding it to the thing that the mouse input also, you know, uses. Let's see what that does. Without touching anything. Okay, might be too low. Might be too low. 1 per second isn't that much, I guess. 10 per second. Right, because it'd be 10 seconds just to turn that little bit. Yeah, it makes sense of that would need to be more. Yeah. Okay. I was like waiting for it to go. Okay, how about now? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I like that. Oh, shoot. It's gonna be turning before the launch happens on normal cannons. Oh no, that's like more problematic. If you're, well, like, that's slightly harder to, how, this was the easier solution. I could counter that by making the vertical one for default cannons be less. But then that turning, like, while it's waiting to launch is gonna look weird, I think. Especially the longer the wait time is, if it needs to end up being longer at some point. But getting the camera to wait for the launch, maybe doable. It being linear, I don't know, like, should it be like, I don't know, it's scaled more differently? I don't know. The linear is the easy way right now, but because otherwise I have to, like, I don't know, calculate, like, how long we've been in the air or something. Or the fact that it could just very quickly go to the -90, which, you know, would not be ideal. I'll leave that. Is there an easy way? Could do it based on... I was about to say I could test the player's velocity if they're moving at all, but when they're, you know, kinematic, they don't have an actual velocity. I can calculate a manual velocity, but that's also not ideal, I don't think. Dang, I thought this would be a quick, like, oh, just put in this one line, and it works for the end spring thing. Even if I maybe just have this on the end spring. I don't know. I could, like, I'm just thinking, like, I could make another public static void that, we make a, private bool cannon lean down equals false, and then, start cannon camera lean down. I could then even pass in a speed of different cannons have different speeds, but, like, there's a point where there's, like, too much cannon stuff, customizability that I don't need at this stage. What's your problem? Instance. Every time I forget that that's how I've set that up, and that's how that needs to be. I also should move these up at some point. What time is it? It's already almost 1 o'clock. Oh no. Yeah, I better go soon. Unfortunate. We're making good progress. It's good to at least be done another stage of our mighty cleanup. Bug fixing extravaganza. Okay, so that's false. This. I gotta actually use it. Whoa. Up here, cannon code. This. Could even, like, wait a couple seconds after launching and then start this up. Or and then I could have it be more aggressive. Hypothetically. Okay, so then to actually have things do that. So, well, yeah, for cannon, pass cannon state info, and then after the wait time, after the launch happens, then go this dot start camera lean down. That's a lot of words, but oh well. And then, so regular cannon does that, then end, where's the end thing? Oh, I closed it. Level end spring. Yeah. Okay. Then here it would happen also just immediately. You know what? Even after, we'll do it after the point one. That would make sense. I could even do it after this. No, it needs to lean down like more. Yeah. We'll do that there. That's fine. Also, I can go to that. All right. See what that does. So for this one. Doesn't lean down that fast. Is it leaning down at all? Wait, actually, I don't even know if that was working. That's working. Is it working too well, though? If I make it 20, is that gonna be too much? Where are you? Again, I could pass in a speed. I mean, I just have to make this a float. Yeah, you know what? Float, can't lean down, speed equals 0 equals 0 equals float new this, but with a capital C. By default equals 10. And then this equals this. And then blarg, and then like this. If this is equal to is not equal to 0, then that plus equals that. Yeah. And it's that per second. Okay. Then the end level spring. Where are you? Where did you go? This. Put in a 20. And we'll see if that does what I want. Okay. Into play mode. Yeah. Alright, this one looks like this. Yeah, this one actually, well, this one should lean down faster. Wait, no, that is the thing that should be leaned down faster. Wait a minute. In my head, I was like, oh, you know, that'd be the one that's entering. Is this working at all? I'm not sure. Hold on. I'll put this in the right place. In the cannon state. Just put a breakpoint in here. I should be able to see it working. It's possible that just... Well, no, even on the normal cannons, I'm seeing it. So, what gives? Let me go look at this. I should be seeing this go up. Oh, it's setting it to... No, it's just set... That's not running. What do you mean? What? Sorry, did I not call it right? Do I, like, after this do something bad? I do this, wait, this level player there. Is that, wait, what part resets this? Past cannon info. Oh, and that's happening, oh, okay, right. That's happening there, okay, got it. I understand. I might even, you know what? Wait this time. No, do it immediately. It's gonna wait that point one, and that's not gonna make that much of a difference. Waiting slightly more and then having it be slightly higher could be a thing. It could start at some high amount, and the longer it goes, it like adds less over time. I don't know. Right. Okay. It's running. Ooh. Oh, no, I'm missing it. Nah. All right. If you look up, it's gonna be fighting the mouse. I could have it like as soon as there's any kind of mouse input, turn it off. Oh, no, that's too much. But it makes sense that, like, it wasn't happening at all before. And I thought maybe it was. Oh, well. So, maybe this at 10, and then the default at, like, 5? Perhaps? Okay, this, and up. Ooh. Actually, I could have this be higher, and have the start lean be higher. So let's do that real quick. 20, and this negative 20 be negative 40. Or something like that. Okay. Yeah, and then... I don't know how I feel about it being linear as it is. It does look maybe a little bit not great, but it'd be like... But it being faster over time, I don't know, it could be problematic. I don't know. Let me try something. Let me try having it actually increase itself slightly. Times equals 1.01 times time delta time. That's gonna be increasing like barely, but just that little bit of going faster. I might think looks a bit better. It just can't like get too out of control. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, wait, I'm a fool. Because that's gonna make it less than... that's gonna make it less than, 1. It's gonna be going down, not up. How would you make this frame rate independent? But still, like, have it be going up? I mean, well, plus equals itself times an amount. Well, no, sorry, just this, but times some other multiplier. Hold on. The lower this is, the higher it is gonna add more. Yeah, okay. Times, I don't know, 2. This is gonna be very low. But that's gonna be, well, I don't know if that's gonna do what I want it to. Yeah, that gets out of control too fast. That actually surprised that it was. You just plus equals times. I want it to be more of a multiplier. The higher it gets, the higher it gets. Or maybe even just adding to it at a linear speed might still do what I want. So let me just add to it this. I'm gonna put this on this side. Some hypothetical speed times that. Perhaps. Find the balance between getting this long cannon to lean down correctly versus like a cannon like this that's already kind of leaning down to not lean down too much versus a short cannon to not lean too much. Yeah, it's a problem. Trying to balance it out. Yeah, so that's a bit like barely going, which is good. I'm fine with like a small cannon like that not leaning at all, not leaning noticeably. But I think I'm gonna make this higher. Let's put it all the way up to 5. So numbers of interest are that 5, and then like this, and then the default of like normal cannons, and then yeah, the lean amount of this. I almost want to make this a little bit bigger. I'm making it a little bit bigger, and oh no, I do already have that afterwards. Okay. I could also have different cannons have their own amount for that. Every variable I have, I can have each cannon do stuff differently, but point where it's too much. That is, I think that's the point where that's slightly too much. This still feels linear, though. Am I crazy? Should it be slower and faster? Unsure. Don't know. Make that a lot taller, and then this. Something like that. I don't know. No, that's too fast. One. It's both fast, but also not like, I don't know, it still doesn't seem right. No, it still seems like, yeah, too linear. Could I just go back to when it was like this, and then like... Go back to the not adding, but multiplying. But then like, well, what would this need to be... This is not how this should be made frame rate. Okay, let's just do the times 1.1 for a minute. So the behavior that I want, but it's not going to be frame rate independent, but I'll look into that later. Just, yeah. Even that. Why is that? I feel like that's just not doing what I want it to be doing. I don't know why. I'm unsure. Okay, fine. That looked basically the same, so we'll go back to it being like... Oh, I got rid of the other bit. Okay, fine. We'll go back to it being like plus equals blarg times... time dot delta time... fixed delta time. What oh god, what other numbers did I put in here? Plus equals, well, this times, like, 5, and then down here, default, we'll say, default being 10. For regular cannons, this one, do it with 20, and let's just see what that does. Okay, yeah, and then this. Oh! That's not good. Shouldn't the clamping be stopping that? I guess not. Oh no, it's just gonna keep going higher, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that didn't do exactly what I was hoping it would. How did it do? Was it like, okay. How? Here. Plus equals that, oh, times 5, oh, right, sorry, I was combining two ideas. Plus equal itself times an amount. But a low amount. Lower. Okay. I do have to remember that, like, not every end level thing is gonna be that exact distance away from the hub. Let's start this at -50. But it will be traditionally the case that where we are, it's going to be high up and far in the distance. Likely. And I could have variables that that don't even have to be in a prefab. They can be individual to each specific cannon and whatnot if I really want to. But I just want at least defaults to be good. In a way that it's likely that if I move it slightly, that then it's not going to be disastrously broken and different. Even that, actually, the starting thing I'm putting in isn't enough for the player to be in frame. Let's make this like -80. Be in frame at the beginning there. If at all possible. It's then giving it more to aim before, oh, interesting. That was, actually, that was the point where I think it was too much. 60. Perhaps. Yeah, and then, yeah. I can live with that. That I can live with. Okay, how are regular cannons? Please tell me that they're good enough. That's also great. If this cannon over here is fine, that'll be good. That was good. I could even, now that I do that lean down, I could even, I could see putting the direction here being slightly more up to account for that. You know what, that's, is that what I'm gonna do? By like 5, I think. So cannon, start angle thing, where is that? You pass this in with the default stuff. I could have normal cannons not have, like, I could set it to 0. But the one that goes into the level could also be marked as a special thing. But yeah, I want to try having it just work like that. Where is where I set the It was just these defaults, right? Okay, this is all those. Okay, so this, instead of being that, let's put it to like 5 and see what that does. Okay, that shouldn't affect that over there. Just go straight over here and yeah, I guess so. I'm happy with that. And the longer that we're in the air for a cannon, then like the more that will be the case. So now we go back up to the hub world, and we'll take this one more time just to test it as well. Woo! Again, you have free camera stuff beyond this. I could make it the case that as soon as it detects any camera input, then it like shuts that off, hypothetically. But for now, we're gonna leave it as it's subtle enough for those that I think it's fine. It doesn't feel like I don't think it'll feel like you're sort of fighting against it too much. You know, it's still kind of leaning down. Yeah, I like it being there. Cool. Oh, I think I saw a frame of the player being turned around. Am I crazy? Hold on, let me just see. Did I just? It's a frame of the camera not moving. That's a thing we'll get to at some point. I swear it used to be more fine, but okay. Cool. We got all this stuff. Woo. I can imagine tinkering this more. Kind of like a we'll see. But this is like good enough for now. That yes, even just outside of that turning, everything else, the cannons are working. It's great. Other things I could take for granted. Like the player's fine, the camera's fine. It's smoothly going towards what it needs to be, and woo, and down it goes. And then we're in hub world. Oh yeah, awesome. Do I want actually? Hold on. One last thing is just that the angle of because we get to the hub world at such a steep angle. Like, am I fine with this being the angle that it kind of is? There, looking down at it? I think so. Yeah. Yep. Am I? Yeah, no, I think it's good. Cool. I'm just, yeah. He's like, yeah, looking at it working. Cool, and even with this, like, wow, looking down we go, and all that. Fantastic. Let me actually do there's more tests that, like, I can turn around the camera fully and it doesn't, like, break anything. Cool. And one last thing, we'll use cannon over here. And woo. And awesome. Yeah, that's great. And, oh yeah, right. I forgot the whole detail of that. You can see the cannon, like, after you land, it does turn back to where it's supposed to be. So, you know, that's cool and all. One last test. Does this still work? It does. I noticed you could see the cube, like, in the base of the cannon a little bit. That's fine. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. Last thing I'll do, and then I think we'll end things off for today, is I want to just put this back to kind of how it started, just with this being starting right above the cannon, so as soon as you go to play mode, it does that. And then the destination, I kind of want to put it back, it being more just in front. Which, you know what? We'll test this as well. Does a super short cannon flight still work as it should? I saw that thing fly. That was good. Yeah, it does, and it feels nice. Cool. Cool. Like, I don't think any cannon in the game will really do that, unless there's, like, a hazard here or something. I guess in terms of, like, in this game where you have to, like, be fast to get to places. If it's like, oh, take the cannon, but, like, oh, the time it takes to set up and then go, if you go around the long way, maybe you can be faster if you're perfect about it. I don't know. We'll see. I could also have it that, like, it aims and then you press space again to actually go. I don't think I need that at this stage, but we'll see. Especially just for these arc cannons. If I eventually have cannons that you can actually aim, and like as we might, like, you know, Mario 64 style, then that'll probably have its own stuff going on. That might be a more physics-based cannon where it, like, launches you with speed, and then would I just give complete, like, normal midair controls? Maybe something like that. Or I would, like, you go, like, once you're at, like, the peak of your, like, flight, then it goes to being in, like, normal midair control mode. Possibly. I don't know. That could be a thing. Like, we'll see. I could also, like, another thing with this is that if you get hit midair, nothing happens. Right now, it's like a glorified cutscene thing where you're invincible while you're in this. And, like, whether I want to, allow that to actually be a thing that happens. If in midair you get hit by something, should you just immediately stop and drop? I think I'll worry about that when I design some chunk of some level that actually has that being a thing, which could be a thing. It's like, you know, something big swinging back and forth. You gotta like, oh, gotta time it, all right, get in now to then launch. And a wait time on that cannon, maybe I make it lower, or they're all the exact same so that it's like easier to predict or something. I don't know. We'll see. Actually, if I did that, then I could have a cannon like that be, you press space again to the moment to actually fire. But again, we'll wait on that until we actually have that being a thing. I don't know if my submarine level will have that kind of a thing. I don't think so. There is going to be a cannon in it, too, as a shortcut to go from one half of the level to the other, but yeah, that's just a normal cannon that's going to launch you up and over. They won't even be, like, launching you from one side of the level to the other, so it'll be a more longer kind of cannon like the hub world one, so yeah. But anyways, we made good progress today. That's cool. Didn't expect it as be today, like what we were doing, to be as much just cannon stuff as it was, but you know, cool to get them done, and it's polished to a degree that I think is cool. That is almost better than it was before with the old player. I was trying to get it to be back to how it was with the old player. I think it's now a bit improved. The like last bit of like, you know, good, I mean lots of little things in terms of polish that this can have, but like one big major thing is the fact that, yeah, when you interact with the cannon, you immediately teleport inside. Also, with the way that this player mid-air model is, yeah, the head's kind of poking out the top there, but that's fine. That's stuff that will be improved. Will be very awesome would be eventually when we have an actual model on this guy to, in animations and all that kind of stuff, to interact with the cannon and have him actually like kind of do a little animation of jumping inside. But I think I want to wait on that until we have any kind of like animations and stuff, and then we can, you know, be planning that. But because then I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, you know, have him do a jump in animation from any side and have that work, or if I'm gonna have him like move around to the front to then jump into it from a specific angle just to have the animations work. We'll see. I don't know. Ideally, it's the first one where it can just work better from any angle, but we will see. Like that's gonna be harder than just a generic like moving animation, because that's gonna have to be based on, you know, the cannon being there. So yeah, we'll see how that works. It might also then mean like the time between interacting with the cannon and launching out of it might then be a little bit longer, because the time to have that animation happen, I want it to be quick. It shouldn't be like a quick, you know, it shouldn't be a super drawn out him getting in the cannon thing. It should be a quick hop in and go. But it might still take a little bit of time to, you know, do that. But anyways, yeah, so I think that's going to be it for today's stream. Good progress, all that. Awesome. What are we going to be doing next time? I got to, you know, figure that out. There was the, like, placeholder circus ride I showed at the beginning that I'm working on making well, still placeholder, a better replacement for these guys. It'll just, you know, be better that way, I think. Tie ropes are still a thing that I gotta make work. That's gonna be a lot more of an endeavor, I think. That's gonna probably take multiple streams, if I had to guess. There's also, actually, okay, here's what the next thing we're gonna be doing is, next two things, actually, that are higher priority is, when we interact with this, the camera is still wonky. When we change that text there is wonky. And the player is supposed to, like, you know, be there in frame, and then that we'll have to fix some player stuff with that. So that's thing number one, that's gonna be next on our list, is having the interacting with the level selecting thing be better. Thing number two is gonna be when you hit confirm, the hub world goes off without us. And that's because our new player does not have camera, or it does not have moving platform stuff set up yet. So, oh, what the heck happened there? That's not supposed to happen. Well, oh, I can't even move. Oh no. Well, that's also stuff. Were errors happening? No errors. I'm gonna guess that that's because we fell off and it triggered like the infinite fall respawn, and that probably just did stuff that broke things. So yeah, that's probably fine. So what next? So hold on. Yeah, having the like entering and leaving levels, like that being fine, and then moving platforms in general to then have the hub world acting as a giant moving platform, having that work flawlessly. I don't know if I'm gonna have moving platforms in the hub world while it's in motion, and whether that's something I'm gonna want to care about. I hypothetically could. I could make it work, maybe. Like I could maybe, you know, the code that deals with moving platforms, if it's just like just parenting, like, to the thing won't be enough if it's a rigid body, another rigid body that can cause issues. So usually you just, like, you take the velocity of the moving platform and just add it to the thing that's on it, its velocity, and with some other tinkering, hopefully we can get that to work. But then just adding on top of that, oh, hey, I see that. Yep, as we're running things out, I got the rank one last time. Stay hydrated. Indeed, can do. And that'll be the end of my watcher, so I guess that marks the end of the stream. I can pretend that was intentional. No. Yeah, so, moving platforms are gonna be a pain, I think. You probably, like, so we deal with more physicsy stuff that's gonna make stuff weird and complicated. And I remember them being a bit more complicated before, but, oh, hey, I forgot that these had these, toggle points, yeah. And then extra with the hub world, that's going to be an extra issue, especially in that moment when it goes from being in one level to loading the next. Where right now, there's an obvious, like, stutter when that happens. Eventually, that'll hopefully not be the case. That could also be something I start to work more on, where like, I know more of what I want to do to make that more smooth and seamless. It's like, thing number one is, rather than going straight from level A into level B, go into a in-between transition level. That's going to be, like, visually, like, going through just kind of like a sea of clouds where you can't really see around. You mainly just see the hub world. And then it can be in there for as long as it needs for the next level to load everything that it needs to load. And then finally do that transition, and then, you know, go into it. And if that's not enough, which it might not be, then I might do more to try to actually do more, like, dynamic loading of levels, and actually, like, for one level, split up different parts of it into different scenes and load those scenes additively one at a time. You know, that would space out the loading of a lot of stuff in one frame. And yeah, we'll see, like, how much I need to have that happen. I mean, even just this test scene, going from this one to, like, the other one should not be a problem at all in terms of lagging or stuttering. If this is after doing all that, then we have a problem, because, you know, then when we start making real levels, it's gonna have a lot more than that. So, like, part of what I've been doing to prep for that is, like, that's the reason why I don't have the player exist in a level. There's just this player spawn that sees, is there a player? No, spawn one, and then figures out all that. So we never need to, like, we don't have, like, a player in every scene that, like, you go into a level and it spawns a player and it's like, oh no, there's two, now delete it. That spawning and deleting, unnecessary. So, like, you know, trying to cut out and stuff like that, so that loading these levels, you know, the less that I have to worry about, then there's more, you know, it'll make that easier. There's less performance issues to worry about with trying to dynamically load levels while on an in-motion hub world. Yeah, other things like that. There's when you first load into a level, it doesn't start everything with, you know, the rides breaking, the hazards going, or whatever. Only when you interact with the cannon in the hub world to go into the level, then it starts setting up a lot of that stuff. So it's also just kind of also spreading things out, like, yeah, in terms of setting up things to actually start running the level and what's not. But anyways, we will get more into that eventually. So I think, like, so in terms of the next couple things, there's, yeah, the selecting level thing, making that work with just the camera. It's functional, kind of. Is the camera and the player stuff that needs to be cleaned up there. Then moving platforms in general, that will start with these guys over here. Then the extension of moving platforms, that is the hub world being a giant moving platform when it's in motion, going from one level to the next. And then at that point, then we might go into the thing I just said, of the better level transition thing. Even if I don't fully do the whole splitting up scenes, just having that one in-between scene, going from level A to temporary scene, like, not temporary, like the loading screen kind of a scene, and then into level B, just even that on its own would be a significant improvement and stuff. So even just doing that, and then on top of that, no, then there's going to be a million more things, but I think those are the next couple things I want to focus on. And hopefully then, between streams, as I'm cleaning up more things on my own, if I can finish up, like, a placeholder ride to, like, put that in there, and ideally it having, like, the 3 states of is working, is kind of breaking, is broken beyond repair, like, ball of flames, or, like, whatever. Then deciding, like, what that should look like in terms of what's going to be obvious to the player. I mean, gameplay-wise, it's either it looks totally fine or it has the reticle, like the circle of health, and then it not going red and hitting 0, and then it not having that anymore. That's gameplay that needs to happen that's already there. I just thought about, if you need time to load the level, it can be the fuse for the cannon, showing how long it's gonna take. You mean going from the hub world into the, okay, that's kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool to, do it dynamically that way. That would be at the point where the level itself is loaded and we're just kickstarting all the, the hazards and enemies and whatever that needs to start, like, in the actual level. That's more like coding stuff. Like, I could hypothetically do that. Ideally, it's as seamless as can be. You have games like Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, is a game with no traditional loading screen. You can walk from one one level to another, and you just go. And things load good enough that it works. Now, there is actually a thing that very rarely happens, where if you are going from one area to another, and the game is taking too long to load for some reason, your character will just trip. It actually does a bit of an animation. It's a subtle, it's not in your face. It's the character just trips, and then a bit of an animation, get back up, and then you keep going. By the time that's happened, the level's probably loaded now. Even it's in that game, you don't even traditionally call them and you would call them levels, but it doesn't. It feels more like one connected world of different sub-areas of different stuff going on. It's not, specifically marked. I mean, it kind of is, but not anyways, it's, cool how that game does that, and that's a very old game on the PS2, so if that can do it, so can I. Although that's a different thing where, you're walking for, one level to an area and, all this. I'm having this giant airship that goes from one level to another, and, anyways, but we'll figure that out. There's two halves of loading, of setting up the level. There's the initial loading into it from the sea of clouds, just having all the graphical stuff being there to fly into the level and see it in the distance. And then there's when you interact with the cannon to go into the level, then we do the other half of setting up whatever coding things, or setting up, hey, rides, you're about to start your timers, get ready and go. Technically, there's the third part of, as soon as we actually land, then it starts everything in terms of, now rides will start breaking, and the UI, the objective stuff comes on screen, and all that sort of stuff too. So technically there are 3 parts, but most of the performance is gonna be on the first part of loading in. But the more little things I can push off, you don't need to happen just yet. Wait until interacting with the cannon, then it's just, just spreading out the performance issues. Anyways, though, but so then after we're done that, I don't know what we'll be doing. Oh, tight ropes. After that, then I'll inevitably have to finally deal with getting tight ropes functional again. That's okay. That's gonna keep us busy for a while. Then when I'm done all of that, then I can worry about what's next. But it sounds to me like at that point, then we might start to transition into making our first real level, maybe. Or I don't know if I want to do more polished stuff first. That could also be in there. Okay, go sleep. Yeah, I should do that. All right, let's go find someone to raid. Any suggestions? How about, I don't know. Sometimes this is easy, sometimes this is hard to find. Anyone doing Unity things that look interesting? You. Yeah, we're gonna rate this person. Okay. Leviathan1434. They're working on some kind of game jam. That's cool. Alright, this and /read and blah and get the thing right. It's boom. That gonna work? Cool. Alright, that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Alright, buttons. Cool. I'm happy with I'm happy with progress we made today, and we will continue to make more cool progress. So, I didn't even say that tomorrow we'll be back with Little Nightmares, and I'm going to be continuing to try to get the last achievement in that game, which means I have to beat it deathless and speedrun at the same time, and that's what we're doing. And then Heavy Rain, we're also going to be starting in a couple days. But anyway, all right. See ya. I almost pressed the stop stream button. Oh, first. I almost pressed the stop stream button early. I gotta press the raid button first, and then the stop stream button. All right. See ya.